welcome to the Grand Chess Tour. We are in round 2 of Norway Chess 2015, and in round 1, we saw some thrills, some drama, and some sad drama even. I'm Jennifer Shahade. I'm here with Grandmaster Alejandro Ramirez. We're actually in studio at the capital of chess in America, St. Louis, and we're going to bring you the full scoop of round 2. But first, round 1, what?
Speechless. How does this happen to a reigning world champion? He actually did not know the rules of chess and lost his game. Can you tell us more about what happened yesterday in the very famous, historical Carlsen Topalov game?
Let's take a look at what happened. Well, the Norway chess time control, it is a little different than usual. It's a little longer, 40 moves in 2 hours. No increment for that. The second time control, it's 1 hour with a 30-second increment from move 41. Because the time control is a bit longer than usual, Magnus might have thought that we were harkening back to that time when we had 3 time controls,
Absolutely,
including an additional one on move 60.
15 minutes on move 60, which is used in some tournaments, but not in the Grand Chess Tour.
No, and not, yes, exactly. So a very sad day for Norwegian fans of Magnus Carlsen, that's for sure. And we've actually got Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan on site in Norway to tell us a little bit about what the atmosphere is after this terrible and dramatic news.
Good morning, St. Louis. In an unprecedented turn of events yesterday, world chess champion Magnus Carlsen, not knowing the time control, forfeited and lost his first round game against Vachier-Lagrave Topalov from a winning position. The Norwegian television studios were in a tizzy. Newspaper headlines, front page, everywhere. Everybody in Norway is shocked. And everybody's wondering, can Magnus Carlsen spot the field an entire full point, also losing with the white pieces, come back and win the tournament? If he can do that, his legend will grow enormously.
That's one way to think of it.
Well, Magnus has had a series of events this year where his start has been less than optimal. Even his victory in Vachier-Lagrave came with an early loss to Wojtaszek. His start in Baden-Baden was not very good, and then he always comes back and wins the events. We'll see if he can do it yet again.
Can he make it interesting for us again? We've got Grandmaster Maurice Ashley for his thoughts and a preview of round 2 pairings.
Well, of course, this was a stunning development. First of all, if you take the position when he went into the time control, he was winning. No way you would project that he would lose the game. Okay, but losing from that position, from a winning position, losing on time, you might say, wow, how did he pull that off? But losing on time because he didn't know the rules, that's absolutely a Halley's Comet, once-in-a-lifetime event, especially coming from the world's best player. But we still got to continue with the tournament, so it's on to round 2, and these are going to be interesting matchups after the bloody matchups from yesterday. Well, we see these two players, Alexander Grischuk, who lost. He was in a lot of time pressure as well, and he's also playing a player who lost his game, Levon Aronian, who's had a terrible last several months. These two will look to get off the schneid today, hopefully getting a victory to right their tournaments. In the next matchup, we see John Ludvig Hammer. Norway must be really upset because he lost as well. And he's playing against the Frenchman, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, who played a wonderful game yesterday and will look to continue his momentum. The third matchup we have is between Anish Giri, the youngest player in the competition, winning his game, playing against the elder statesman, Viswanathan Anand, who drew a solid game against Fabiano Caruana yesterday. These two should have a great matchup. And in the fourth matchup of the day, Vasyl Topalov, he's got to be counting his lucky stars. The Bulgarian former world champion got a gift yesterday, but he will have another tough opponent, America's number 1, Hikaru Nakamura, who won his game in good style in the first round. But the matchup of the day is this one. World number 2, Fabiano Caruana, who showed his great preparation yesterday to get a solid draw. He'll be playing against a man with revenge on his mind, Magnus Carlsen, who wants anybody in front of him so he can forget about the accident from yesterday. Today should be a great day. As well as yesterday, we are pleased to be bringing this, and I'm happy to be here for Norway Chess 2015. Guys?
Indeed, and here, let's take a look at the playing hall. We've got Hammer set up.
Interestingly,
Lagrave.
we have the matches between the two top-rated players in the tournament and the two bottom players of the tournament in rating lists.
And surprisingly, a game that everybody's eyes are on, Caruana versus Carlsen, actually only has half a point of the points of the tournament. But still likely to be important for the standings. But right now, we've got a lot of players with a full point. Vasyl Topalov, Giri, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, and our own Hikaru Nakamura from the United States. We've also got Anand and Caruana. That was the only game that was a draw yesterday. And of course, Carlsen, Aronian, and Grisha can hammer, all starting the tournament with a goose egg, but in very different ways.
Absolutely. We're going to have a lot of interesting games today. People that are going to try to get back on the scoreboard, especially I think the Grisha-Caronian game will bring a lot. Both sides are going to have to try to fight for a full point early on, get back on form, try to make sure that they put their footprint on the tournament as soon as possible. If they try to draw just the game, play solid, it's going to be very tough. They don't have any easy pairings. They want to strike against people that lost yesterday, and, well, they just happen to be playing against each other.
That's right. So that should be interesting. I mean, we saw these two battle in the Sinkfield Cup, and Fabiano Caruana's historic streak, was actually broken by Magnus Carlsen.
And only barely. I remember that in that game, Carlsen was pretty much just lost, and he saved himself basically miraculously. So we'll see what he's going to bring to the game today. Carlsen looking for a win, but with the black pieces against Caruana, well, that's a tall order.
That's right. So last year he played, in the Sinkfield Cup, he did play the Sicilian against Fabiano Caruana, the very well-prepared Fabiano Caruana.
Right. They got into a Maroczy style of position, and I don't think he's going to repeat anything like that in this scenario.
No, once you play the Maroczy once, you're done.
You're done.
Against it.
you learn your lesson.
Suffering.
Yeah, that's a little bit too much suffering.
No, it takes a special type of person to like to play against the Maroczy. It's the bind. But some people enjoy it. Magnus, I don't know if it's his cup of tea.
No, definitely not.
Not for today.
Not for today, but we'll see. Magnus has had some problems in the openings against Caruana. Even his favorite Berlin has been broken by Caruana. So we're going to see what he comes up with today.
That's right. And, Caruana actually beat Magnus with black in the Sinkfield Cup. And that was a game in which it was also a double king pawn. So lots of unpleasant memories Magnus has of playing versus Fabiano. Maurice, your thoughts on this key matchup?
Well, I think it's a fantastic matchup. Obviously, this is one that we believe one day will be a world championship caliber matchup. These two will play for the title is what everybody's guess is, and I don't think they're wrong. Fabiano Caruana showing just how powerful a player he is. He's incredibly well prepared, and he's not afraid of Magnus. Most importantly, he's tasted Magnus's blood before, so he definitely would like to win this game and prove to everyone that he belongs in the number one discussion all the time. Now, he had a bit of a dip. Remember, he was all the way up. Was he up by 28-40 or so? I mean, it was incredible how high he was. He was skyrocketing toward Magnus before coming all the way back down to earth to join a bunch of other players at the 2800 level. So he would like to definitely put his foot back on the gas and get his year going again to show that he indeed is the right contender for Magnus Carlsen.
Another game that really fascinates me today, Topalov versus Nakamura. Both of these players started the tournament with 1 point, and they also have such fantastic styles, very dynamic, that I think we're in store for a real treat there. What kind of opening do you predict for that game?
In the Topalov-Nakamura game, well, that's actually very difficult to predict, simply because predicting Nakamura's openings, it's so difficult. He plays anything and everything with black, and he's not afraid to say, well, I'm a sharp player, I'm going to go into something a little bit crazy. And lately, he's also been switching up to a more positional style, and we see that he's actually gone for the double king pawn, maybe even try to go for a Berlin type of Spanish Ruy Lopez, and we'll see if that actually happens. He's changed his style quite a bit in the recent years.
Yeah, last time in the Sinkfield Cup, they played a more traditional Ruy Lopez, so not a Berlin. And that game actually was one that Topalov won.
That's correct.
So I wonder if he's going to... Well, and it looks like we have some moves.
Yeah, we do have some moves, and as I said, we're heading for a Spanish, and it does seem like it's going to be a not a Berlin from what I can see. No, we're going to have the inclusion of the move a6. The only way of reaching the Berlin is actually to play the move knight f6 immediately. So interposing the move a6 and bishop a4 changes the character of the position quite a bit.
And in a good way, in my opinion, because it often creates some rich positions. You know,
It'll be definitely interesting to see a different kind of Spanish. To me, it's refreshing
Yeah.
over Berlin again.
well, in the Singfield Cup, we saw an early bishop c5 by Hikaru Nakamura, but he lost that game. On the other hand, Nakamura is the last one to defeat Topalov in rated play, in classical play.
Would
in
that be in Gibraltar?
Exactly.
Oh, wow, that's true.
So, Maurice has some thoughts on a game he doesn't seem to be happy with. Is there an opening that you don't like?
Well, it's Berlin, 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 and we've got it on the top board. Caruana playing against Magnus Carlsen, and we've got that Berlin. Certainly, this is the kind of position that we know Magnus is adept at. Actually, both these players know how to play this extremely well. They've seen it zillions of times, and usually the result is a draw. So we already have not so great start to the opening here in the key matchup, the big matchup between the two best players in the world.
Although somebody of Fabiano's caliber, I'm sure he's not coming just to equalize and draw. He's bringing some sort of idea to this Berlin.
Well, the danger about Caruana is that he's so incredibly prepared. And I think that even though Magnus Carlsen is, without a question, the #1 player in the world, I think Caruana is a better Berlin player. He has more experience with both sides. He knows his openings deeper. And he just brings so many novelties to the table that I would be very scared to play against Caruana in a Berlin. Whereas Carlsen, he plays it a little bit more by feel than Caruana does, in the Berlin specifically. And we're going to see a probably relatively deep
That's funny that you call him a field player. That's the joke that we have about poker players that we're trying to insult. Call them a field player.
No, I don't mean that in an insult in any way, but I do feel that Caruana comes better prepared in the openings
Of course,
than
yeah.
Carlsen.
And that's what makes this clash so interesting, you know, historically and hopefully in the future. Although I can't say that I wouldn't love to see this guy in the World Championship as well. And
Right.
I'm talking about Nakamura, of course.
And a quick look at the game between Nakamura and Topalov. We see this early bishop c5 being used again. And
Okay.
this is a system that I know Hikaru had used before. I'm just blanking out at the moment on which game. But I have seen this position before from Hikaru, where a quick knight takes e5 trick happens, and this d4 regains the piece. And with this, white not only gains the pair of bishops, but also a little bit of a central control. However, I do believe that this went into a draw, a forced draw recently in a game that he played, I want to say in the Grand Prix. I just don't remember exactly if it was against Vityugov or Yakovenko, or it was one of those top Russian players.
We'll check on that, but so this is basically deviated from the line that Topalov played in versus Hikaru in the Singfield Cup with this move 7a4. So in the Singfield Cup, he played 7c3.
Okay, so
Let's talk about the basic difference between those two moves.
All right.
Both very typical Roy Lopez moves for white, right?
They're very typical ideas. However, there's a severe difference on the handling of it. C3 goes for a very, very, very quick d4, trying to say, hey, I'm going to establish my pawn center and kick out your bishop at the same time, whereas black will have to probably retreat the bishop to b6 early and then play against white's pawn center by putting pressure on it very directly. He has his bishops pointed. His bishop will also come to g4 to bother the knight on f3. Whereas a4 is a move that, instead of focusing entirely on the center, it allows him to put pressure on the queen side as well, and it asks black exactly how he's going to develop. You might think that the move bishop b7 is very natural in this position because it develops the bishop and it defends the rook here on a8, allowing you to recapture after taking on b5 and taking on b5. But in many cases, this bishop actually does not want to go to b7. It wants to go to e6 to neutralize the bishop on b3, or it wants to go all the way to g4 again to bother this knight on the f3 square. So therefore, black players have switched more to playing rook b8, just moving the rook off the unprotected a8 square so that they can recapture the pawn on b5.
Right, and saying that that open file is not significant because there's no entryway squares on a file. So
That's a very important point, as you mentioned, that once these pawns get traded, this rook doesn't have any good entry points on the a file, so it doesn't really matter that the file's open, at least for now, and it's very rare that at some point it becomes relevant. So instead, knight takes e5 is played, and we get this kind of positions in which I'm a little surprised Hikaru is thinking, because I think I have seen something very similar, if not exactly like this, in one of his games. So a very interesting and dynamic type of Ruy Lopez. It can get sharp very quickly, as there are threats from both sides. In many cases, black goes for a very early c5, c4, trying to hem in the bishop on b3. And overall, white seems to have more space. He has the pair of bishops, but he has to be very careful of quick aggression from black, who has good knights in the center.
And so the other games today, let's take a look at Giri's game against Anand.
Giri's game against Anand is one of my favorite openings, so I'm going to be happy about commenting this one. With a little bit of an unusual move order, we got what would be a Catalan if this pawn on d2 ever moved to d4. So for example, after bishop e7, Giri has the choice of going d4 and transposing directly into a Catalan system. However, he decided not to do that, and after castle, castle, he went for a double fianchetto ready. And it's something that I recommended in a DVD as a way to avoid certain theoretical paths, especially the ones in the Nimzo Indian and the Queen's Indian.
A lot of Georgian players play this, right?
I think there's a lot of players that have taken up this kind of systems, and I based my repertoire around some of Kramnik's games that he used specifically in this opening. There was a very nice game that he beat Rajabov in, and although it was a rapid game, I was quite impressed on how easily he destroyed his opponent. And we'll see exactly how Anand plays this position. Giri played bishop b2, which I think is slightly less accurate than playing e3 first, because in the case that black at some point decides to play d4, this bishop on c1 doesn't always want to go to b2. It gets stuck sometimes on this diagonal once this pawn advances to d4. So this allows a little bit more flexibility for the bishop to go to another diagonal if you wanted to. That's the reason I think that bishop b2 is slightly inaccurate. But maybe Giri has a different idea altogether, and he will not play with the usual e3 setup. We're going to have to see what he chooses. He did play e3, actually. So in that case, I think that it was a little bit more accurate to play e3 first.
So one of your favorite openings, that's some big words.
I've had really good results with these openings, and there's not that many that I can say, hey, I actually like this one. So I'll be excited to see the development, theoretically, of two top players playing in one of my favorite battlefields.
Great, that's very interesting. So what is it that you like about it, besides the fact that you've had good results?
I think it's strategically very dynamic. There's so many ways in which this pawn structure can change. The concept of hanging pawns exists for both sides, and hanging pawns happen when, for example, after takes d4, and I'm just putting moves in to give the example of what a hanging pawn is. These are hanging pawns, and this happens when you have two isolated, in a way, pawns in the center that cannot be defended by pawns on the adjacent ranks. So they just kind of depend on each other for defense. And in many cases, they depend on pieces defending them, which makes them a liability. On the other hand, they provide a lot of space and central control. So the way that this can occur is very tricky, because depending entirely on piece placement, this can be good for black or good for white. And in a unique situation for these kind of openings, both sides can end up with the hanging pawn structure. It just depends on the order the trades are performed in. So we're going to have to keep an eye on that. Anand played a very quick b6, knight c3, and bishop a6, which a lot of amateurs here play bishop b7, and perhaps not even amateurs, like strong masters play bishop b7. And I always thought this move to not be the best. I always thought bishop a6 was definitely a better move. And the point is that this pawn now needs protection, and the move c takes d5 becomes a lot more difficult to perform.
Right, because you're just pinned. So what is it about bishop b7 that's bad? Is it just not precise enough? It's lazy?
It's not bad. It's not a bad move at all. It's very logical to put the bishop on its diagonal. It's but as you said, it's lazy. It's just not doing the research on saying which move is more precise. In this case, the bishop on b7 will eventually be a good part of the game for black, but here on a6, it's immediately doing something important. It's putting some pressure on the c4 square, and now it's a little bit annoying for white to have to defend it.
Well, do you think, though, that when you mentioned strong masters playing bishop to b7, is that because they're not prepared for this line?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, so it's just...
It's just that they don't know it. They always study the variations that involve a very quick d4.
Right.
Whereas even though they've seen me play it before, I don't know if it's laziness in preparation or something, but they played this move bishop b7, which I think is just not the most accurate.
It's probably hard to get a handle on because of all the different move orders. Sometimes it's difficult to study lines where your opponent has different ways to execute the move order, and then you just kind of throw up your hands.
That's true.
And that's why it can be a very effective tool.
Man, I just realized every listener out there is going to play against me. Is going to play bishop a6. No more bishops b7 for me. But yeah, we're going to have to see how Anand handles this position, because this is not new. I mean, this queen e2 move has been played several times. Even Kramnik's had this with white a couple of times. And it'll just be an interesting game, strategical, very unusual in certain ways, because it seems like the breaks are difficult to perform, especially since c takes d5 is not really an option now, and you don't want to commit to too early of a d4, as the c4 square is going to be under too much pressure.
But for black also it's a bit awkward. Like, where are we putting our queen on d8?
Well, actually, Anand is going to answer that immediately. He played the move queen d7.
And then just rook c8 and rook d8. Yeah, like, obviously,
rook d8, yes.
It would be nice. I mean, queen c7 kind of like lines up against the potential rook c1. So yeah, whereas the difficulty with queen d7 is a potential, it could be hit by a potential knight e5. But it certainly does seem more natural in this position.
Yes, absolutely. I agree with you. So Anand decided to play queen d7, and I think that even though perhaps the position is not new, the players are already going to start thinking about exactly where they want to set up their pieces and how they want to continue the game. There are several plans for white. One involves playing a4 and knight b5 and just sticking a knight there to kill the bishop on a6, saying, hey, please take me. Another involves a very crazy idea with d3, knight e1, and a very quick f4, g4, g5.
It's great that you say a very crazy idea that starts with d3 and knight e1, and we're like,
well,
wait, are you being sarcastic?
No, it gets crazy.
And then it gets
saying,
crazy.
yeah, then you pawn storm the king side, which looks silly at this point, but you have to move the knight out of the way first.
I'm going to crush you starting with knight e1. Love it.
Wow.
That's the beauty of chess, right? Like, you don't really know, like, it's not so easy to say what's aggressive and what's passive, because it's nice. I think a lot of listeners would look at this opening before the inclusion of bishop a6 even and say, well, this is kind of dull or dry.
Right, and certainly there are games that are dull or dry in this position, but man, there are some crazy tactical flurries in this position as well.
Well,
so
bishop a6 makes it a lot more interesting. The more bishop b7, the more symmetrical, the more likely it is to be kind of dry.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So here we're going to definitely see Giri try to either choose the positional approach or the crazy pawn storm approach relatively soon.
All right, so what other games have we, well, there's Grishik versus Aronian, so both players starting the tournament with a loss and trying to get back into the groove today. What opening did they choose?
That was...
So that's like a reverse Rossalimo of some sort. So we saw the Rossalimo yesterday.
Right, so we have a position that would be a Rossalimo, except that Grishik has an extra move because he's white. But still, this is not considered to give white any kind of advantage. It's just supposed to be a little too timid. Usually here, white goes g3 to fianchetto his bishop, or knight f3 just very early. I'm not so familiar with the move e3, which seems to be, well, quite slow, to be perfectly honest. The move bishop b4 seems to make sense. The knight on g1 must go to e2 in order to protect this knight on c3. Otherwise, white has no hope of obtaining an opening advantage if you allow black to shatter your pawn structure. So c6 was played, a3, bishop a5, b4, bishop c7, and this would be a normal theoretical position if black had already castled and we just switched around the colors. However, with black not castling yet, I believe that whites should be okay, but an opening advantage, well, I think he's going to be pretty far from that. Both sides can develop comfortably. Here, bishop b2 was played, and black castled. So black will want to meet the move d4 if it's played anytime soon, probably with e4, locking down the center, if he's not afraid of d5. So we're going to see if the extra tempo here for Grischuk actually comes into play. For now, black's idea is pretty simple. He wants to play d5 and establish control on the center with his pawns. But I don't think that it's going to be all that easy. Grischuk's definitely not going to allow Aronian to just steamroll him on the center. He's going to break himself with probably d4 at some point.
Well, let's take a look and see how the Caruana-Carlsen game is developing, how that Berlin, what sub-variation they chose of this.
I don't think I've ever seen this position before, but it's already move 17, and Caruana's used basically no time. So as predicted,
You've seen this position before?
I think he's seen it about 1,000 times. He probably prepared this quite deeply, and he always has some kind of ideas, even though it's the most random Berlin variation I have ever seen. I mean, besides the pawn structure, if I looked at this position, I don't think I would have been like, oh yeah, obviously a Berlin. There's a couple of things that are weird. First of all, there's a rook on d8 very early, which is unusual. Also, there's a bishop that got to h7 super early. That's weird. And then this knight on b4, I want to see exactly how it got there, because right now I have no idea. So let's see. Let's take a look at what happened.
Let's see about how this actually happened. Sure.
So this is the start of the Berlin.
So everything normal.
Takes on e5, knight f5, trade, h3, h6. This is considered to be the main line of the Berlin nowadays. Check, and now black has two options. Well, one realistically, king e8, knight c3. Okay, knight e7 is considered to be a normal idea as well. b3, and now bishop f5, I think, is a little earlier than I usually see it. Most of the time, black doesn't want to define where the bishop goes because they think, why would I? Why would I define it so early? They usually play something along the lines of knight g6. I've seen people play b6 as well. There are certain ideas, but bishop f5, okay, it hits the pawn on c2 and kind of begs white for the next move, a move that puts a knight in the center, defends the c2 pawn, and attacks the bishop. So what more can you ask from a move? The bishop has to retreat. There's the pair of bishop advantage for black, and if he loses that, he loses some of the most important compensation that he has for having a bad pawn structure on the queen side. Bishop b2 seems like the natural place for the bishop. Rook d8, knight c2, and I guess here Carlsen wants to develop this bishop on f8, and he doesn't want to play knight g6 anymore because this bishop on h7 will be pretty sad about it. So instead, he put it on d5. Caruana decided to chase it away with c4, and kind of reminds me of Grischuk's knight yesterday. And that didn't end them well.
Safe landing spot, right?
It just doesn't seem to have a very nice, comfortable place to go to. So knight b4 was played, and here knight f4, after which Carlsen is going in for somewhat of a think.
Well, knight f4 is stopping us from getting our knight to d3, which is obviously a lovely square.
Right, I think that the knight would have landed on d3 with the support of the bishop. Actually kind of uncomfortable to get rid of the knight once it lands. So preemptively, white decided to put the knight on f4, defend this square.
And now, unfortunately for Carlsen, a move like g5 is way too radical.
Yeah, this is...
Because after knight to h5, now, sure, you can play knight d3, but you're going to actually lose material right away with that move. Well, let's take a look.
This is kind of one of those points where I see this ugly check and I'm like,
you don't even have to analyze.
I don't have to analyze anything further.
But we can still analyze.
Well, to be fair.
So now after king e7, the problem is, well, instead of knight h7, there's this bishop a3 check.
Right. And
it's quite irritating, and now you're actually going to lose material.
After the move c5, I believe that simply rook takes d3 would run into a pretty nice checkmate pattern, because if you take the rook after bishop c5, I don't see any way of...
Well, rook d6.
Right, but you would lose a piece, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah,
so this is not really playable. Instead of this... Yeah, g5 seems a little too radical. As
Oh,
you
it
said.
doesn't look like a good move, but you have to check it. It's like these forcing variations, you
Right.
just check very briefly.
And I think I read once that Judith Polgar said that the difference between a grandmaster and a really strong grandmaster was that they both knew that a move probably didn't work, but the super grandmaster actually checked.
I love it.
And just
Well-
to relive a little bit about what happened yesterday, I think we have Maurice Ashley.
Well, yesterday's game was a stunner. As I mentioned, once in a lifetime. You don't see a world champion lose in such a fashion. Actually, I've lost for not knowing the time control, but this was way back in the day before I even became an international master, much as a grandmaster, and that was in a very minor event. This kind of event with the world stage, Norway Chess 2015, kicking off the Grand Chess Tour, and to see the world's best player lose completely oblivious to the rules is absolutely shocking. We see him there stunned at the result. We see him here just sitting playing his game, but from yesterday he was stunned at the result. He looked at the arbiters in shock when they came over to him to tell him that he had lost, and it's hard to imagine him actually recouping from such a ridiculous game. You got a ridiculous result anyway. You got to think that he's got to be somewhat perturbed. But we've seen him lose early before. We've seen it happen to him, and he's always been Joe Cool, making those comebacks, winning lots of games in a row afterwards. So expect him to be quite determined and tough after such a loss, and just put it behind him and look to play the rest of the tournament in his traditional fine style.
Indeed. I think we'll expect that from Magnus.
Well, he is the #1 player for a reason, so we'll see what he does.
But it's fun. It's actually kind of pleasant, though, Fabiano's position here.
Well, it's pleasant not only because I think the position looks pretty good, but also because psychologically he has that edge that he has obviously prepared this. And this is what we were saying before the game started. Caruana, he always comes with good ideas, good novelties, perfect preparation. And in the Berlin, I think that's really, really, really dangerous. The fact that Carlsen is thinking right now it's a pretty bad sign. I mean, I think that Caruana is just probably walking around and thinking, well, I'm still deep in my preparation. I probably even know 5 more moves from here.
How do you know he was walking around? Yeah, I was like, Alejandro, how'd you guess that? We see, of course, the site, the beautiful playing hall, Norway Chess 2015 right here, and Magnus not looking too happy.
Yeah, I wouldn't be too happy about this either. And even though, I mean, Carlsen's obviously played the Berlin a lot, he seems to have to think more than other players do when it comes to playing the black side. He doesn't have that many super deep preparations that he's been able to show as many as Caruana. I'm sure that Carlsen has many hidden preparations, but they just haven't been able to be seen in many games. Whereas, well, Caruana now plays knight f4, which actually looks like a very natural move, and then for some reason Carlsen is thinking. Because I'm curious, if he had reached this position before I put my knight on f4, what other moves were there? There's this idea of a very quick e6, but I don't think that necessarily works. Knight f4 seems like a pretty good move. And now Carlsen's thinking for a really long time.
Yeah, and it's not particularly pleasant. And as you mentioned, it's never pleasant also to be playing against Fabiano. That pressure of him pounding out the moves and saying, I've seen this before, as you said, 1,000 times.
Yes, he prepares very deeply. His coach and him work very, 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 very strongly, pretty much around the clock with their computers always running, trying to look for new developments.
And occasionally Fabiano might forget something, but it's like, it would be like a sub-variation. Like at the Singfield Cup when he went over some of those preparations, it would be like, you know, he'd make a novelty and there'd be 5 different potential responses to it. And on one of those trees, he might have forgotten like what to do against one thing.
And that's
then he just figures it out anyway.
That's true. He has the strength to figure it out anyway. So it's very unpleasant.
But that becomes exponential very quickly. That's why most players, it can't be that well prepared by definition.
Absolutely. No, I completely agree. He has a certain knack for being able to predict his opponent's openings, even though sometimes they're incredibly diverse. Like, for example, Carlsen can play pretty much any variation of the Berlin. And yet somehow here, Caruana is the one that comes up with something new.
Not necessarily, though. He could have just prepared this in general and then just played it very quickly. But you think that he predicted the Berlin for this round?
I think that Caruana has a special talent. Maybe it's his coach that has a special talent for saying
You have a feeling.
the weather's like this, the wind blows this way, this guy's playing this variation of the Berlin. You know,
Got
I don't know
it.
how he does it, but Chuchilov has a special talent that I've seen. He's like, yeah, that's going to happen, and we're going to prepare specifically for that.
Well, there is. It's all. I guess all the information is in the air somewhere. You know, so it's possible to kind of tap into it. You know, the history of recent games, recent Super Grandmaster tournaments, the result that the player has, their last opening. There's a lot of information that can allow you to make a guess in that respect.
I guess that's true, even though I've had some experience preparing Grandmasters. I'm telling you, it's a tough job out there because sometimes you see opening repertoires that are relatively easy to prepare against, and then you have players like Hikaru Nakamura, where preparing, well, it's almost impossible, not to mention a player like Badur Jababa, where preparation, well, why do it?
Well, then the good part is you get to rest a little bit more, which is important in a grueling tournament like this,
That's
Grand
very
Chess
true.
Tour. And that's almost every time when we ask a player who's playing Nakamura what their preparation looks like, they just shake their head and they're like, well, guess I'm going to relax tonight. Hey, that can help. Maurice, thoughts on how round 2 of the Grand Chess Tour is shaping up?
Well, we just had an interesting moment, and I've been watching the games where, just to show you how difficult it is on this level for black, everyone with the black pieces was deep in thought. Like, no one had moved for several minutes, and white was not necessarily putting the pressure on in all the games, but it did seem as though black, as usual, is challenged, has come up with a sort of equalizing plan and then a way to move forward, because white is the one who goes into the deep preparation and dictates how the game will go. So if we take a look at some of these games, if we take just the game we have here between Aronian and Grishuk, Grishuk played an unusual system here in the English, and this position I've never seen before. I don't know if you have, Alejandro, but this position is definitely unusual. Aronian spending a lot of time deep in thought, trying to figure out exactly what to do. It's only move 8. He's not in any kind of time pressure, but he's definitely been put on a pause button so far in this game. Now, the game between Nakamura and Vasilin Topalov, Nakamura was also deep in thought, trying to figure out exactly what to do about this weird wrinkle. Bishop on f4, and then the move f3 to defend the pawn instead of the move knight to c3, which had some tactical issues with it. But f3 was played, and now you see another position that's somewhat unusual with his bishop buried here on the a2 square. So just kind of strange positions happening. Here, of course, we've talked about this one between Caruana and Carlsen. It's a Berlin, but a different Berlin from what Carlsen has seen, but not so dramatically crazy. And this position as well, another English, very solid. No reason for black, it seems, to have to think too long, and yet black was buried in thought for quite some time here. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave against Hammer, and look at the clock, 154 and for white and 136 for black, already showing that black is not totally comfortable with the plans. The one game, though, where black thought for some time but finally did make a solid move was with Giri and Anand, and he played this move, rook to c8. Again, you mentioned this position, Alejandro, somewhat just fine for black. Interesting game afoot, but still, you'll often find it that black in the opening is under some pressure and wants to make sure that they're careful not to get blasted by some white preparation. We're seeing it happen here as well. Guys?
Yeah, I love the different approaches the players have taken to this kind of playing with white ideas, because Grishuk, as we saw, is basically playing a reverse Sicilian. So he's saying, I want to play something that's a little comfortable for me that I usually play with black. I'm going to have an extra tempo. Let's go for that. Whereas Caruana is basically giving it all the preparation that he can possibly have. And we have the different approach by John Ludwig Hammer that we saw against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, where he's just playing a kind of whatever opening, and I'm going to outplay my opponent later approach.
And let's take a quick break as we develop the openings here in round 2 of the Grand Chess Tour.
You could fly to Venice or Paris or even Copenhagen. You could fly all over the world. But why? When you could just come to St. Louis. Your trip begins at ExploreStLouis.com.
Hi, I'm Mike Matheny. Whether you play chess for fun or want to boost your child's academic performance, come visit the Chess Club and Scholastic Center of St. Louis, right here in the chess capital of the U.S. From a welcoming, diverse environment to a scholastic outreach program, now in over 100 schools, our center, across from the World Chess Hall of Fame in the Central West End, has it all. So whether you've played for years or never before, we invite you to experience all chess has to offer.
2014 was a great year for chess. Chess24 brought you live interactive broadcasts from top tournaments. A play zone where you can take on opponents from all around the world 24/7. Interactive beginners courses, ensuring you pick up the basics fast while having fun. A tactics trainer to sharpen your chess by solving puzzles adapted to your level. Hundreds of interactive videos. Chess24 on mobiles and tablets. Most features are free, but limited for registered members. Chess24 is offering a special premium membership for just $9.99 per month or $99 per year. See you at chess24.com.
Hello and welcome back to the World Chess Tour Round 2. Big game today, Caruana Carlsen, and I can't tell a lie, I just saw Alejandro make a face like he accidentally added salt to his coffee, right? I mean, what is this Rook G8 move? Is Fabiano prepared this? I think he's out of his prep. That's the silver lining.
I think this is a sign that I will never be 2800. I would have never even thought that this move was legal, let alone played. Magnus Carlsen had just played the move Rook H8 to G8, but
You're struggling to find the purpose.
Very baffled at why he did this. I mean, there are certain lines where if this bishop moves on F8, perhaps the knight can go to H5 and harass the pawn. But I mean, I can always go Rook G8 after he plays Knight H5. I don't see why he would do it preemptively. So what I'm trying to figure out is what exactly the point of Rook G8 is.
Maybe the difference is that when we play Bishop C5, we're actually threatening something because of the knight landing on C2 in the end of the variation.
As opposed to, you mean playing Bishop C5 in this position, and now I'm threatening Bishop takes D4 and Knight C2 kind of ideas?
Yeah, I guess it's really the same thing, huh? Of course, A3 is always something you have to look at.
Right, but I think in this position I would be able to take on D4.
But, and so, yeah, actually by playing Rook G8 first, if White was at all worried about this, he could just play A3 immediately and before Bishop C5.
That's correct. So I'm still a little confused about what Rook G8 is about.
Well, maybe he doesn't want to put the bishop on C5 because he's going to have to retreat his knight to A6, so figure maybe he's going to need to keep that C5 square open. And he's just trying to play bishop E7.
And I understand that there's actually many ways for black to develop in this position. You can always put the bishop on C5, the bishop on E7, the knight will probably try to trade itself off on C2. What I'm trying to figure out is how Rook G8 fits into any of those plans. Why not maybe just play Knight C2 and trade off the knights? Or why not play Bishop E7 first before going Rook G8? There must be a reason. They just something that is
very subtle
at the moment.
But it sounds like you're right that it has something to do with the G7 pawn being protected, right?
I would guess.
Because certainly it doesn't help you play the move G5. Now Knight H5 is even more dangerous.
Even more dangerous, correctly. So I don't think that he actually wants to move this pawn, because on G6 it would just block the bishop on H7. On G5 it would just allow me to play Knight H5, Knight F6. So I don't think any of that is actually going to happen. The only explanation I can come up with is that it's indeed defending the G7 pawn in certain variations.
This is why it's so hard to play the Berlin as black, though, because if you have to play moves like Rook G8, this is so hard to find.
Right.
So I think it gets a bit of a bad rap.
Well, I can see why. I mean, if you have to blind moves like Rook G8, then definitely it takes a special kind of genius to play this.
I mean, maybe what I'm saying is that from the white point of view, it gets a bad rap. People want you to avoid the Berlin, but sometimes the richest and most testing way is just to go for the headlong stuff, right? I mean, if you look at this position that Fabi has, and you compare it to some of the anti-Berlins we've seen in, you know, both the Singfield Cup, which is the second event of the Grand Chess Tour, or a lot of Grandmaster tournaments where people try to play, you know, the line that we talked about earlier with Rook E1 and Knight takes E5, or even 4D3.
Right. There's been a lot of avoiding the Berlin.
This looks juicier. That's all there is to it.
We'll see what happens. It definitely seems to give white a little bit of hope for an advantage, but perhaps when you're playing Magnus Carlsen and he plays moves like Rook G8, there's just nothing in the Berlin. We're going to have to keep an eye on this one. Definitely Rook G8, an interesting move. Caruana didn't expect it.
No, so
he's thinking at the moment.
He's out of prep now.
I think yes.
Because as we mentioned earlier, Caruana, if he did prepare Rook G8, he wouldn't have thought. That's not his style.
No, that is not his style. He definitely would have played something, and if he prepared Rook G8, man, that's something special.
If he prepared Rook G8, maybe it was one of those lines that I was talking about where it was like they went over it so quickly that he still has to look. Maurice, what do you think? What do you think the chances are that Fabi thought Rook G8 might occur in this game?
Well, if he were looking at the engines, then he would definitely have looked at Rook G8 because Rook G8 was the engine's absolutely first response, incredibly so. And then when you look at it, analyze a little bit more, other moves come to bear. But Rook G8 ends up being actually the third highest ranking move. Bishop E7 and Bishop C5 are the two other moves that the engine is now suggesting. But Rook G8 is there. It's actually the third best after the engine has processed billions of positions. They're saying it's a decent move. I am mystified as you are by the move. Rook G8, of course, does guard the square. One thing I was thinking about was the idea of E6 possibly happening and breaking open the diagonal, hitting to the G7 square, and maybe he's super prophylaxis against any such idea. But certainly it's the kind of move that 2800s play routinely, I guess. And clearly he wanted to make sure that Fabiano was not in his preparation, so that he has succeeded in doing, because he would have been on autopilot if he had thought of this move. And now he's stopping to think. The question now is, will any of his plans against the other main moves of this position work as well against Rook to G8? And if they don't, then this is why this guy is 2870. Guys?
Perhaps the idea, now that you mentioned the break E6, is that, well, he doesn't want to commit the bishop immediately because he's waiting for E6 to happen. And when E6 is played, he wants to play bishop D6.
Huh.
And now that the rook's on G8, knight H5 doesn't attack the pawn. So he's waiting for E6 to be played, so I can play bishop D6, and now knight H5 doesn't attack the pawn. I can do pretty much anything, maybe even knight D3 or bishop G6 looks okay. So this might be the idea. He doesn't want to commit the bishop. He's waiting for the break that will come at some point, and then I can just develop my bishop to what seems to be a really good square, hitting the knight on F4. And since the knight doesn't have that many squares, it'll probably go to H5, where it attacks the pawn on G7. So maybe this is the idea.
Maybe.
It's
it's as good an explanation as any, and it's a quite compelling one, as a matter of fact. But
yes,
that E6 break is in the air, so guarding G7 makes a ton of sense in this position, as you're explaining it.
At least it's a explanation. I mean, at the moment, I keep looking at the position, and I'm still a little baffled. But let's say that this is something viable.
But it's intriguing, and maybe we're going to find out why.
We will.
As the game develops.
Hopefully we find out why. It's one of those moves that sometimes we see in top Grandmaster games, and then nobody understands, and the point never comes across because it's preventing a move that perhaps wasn't necessarily going to be played. Like, for example, here, E6. It's not like E6 has to be played, but perhaps it's a move that prevents E6. And it's difficult to understand sometimes why this move was played.
But we usually do get insight because of the press conferences afterwards. These days, chess journalism is really thriving.
You know what would be really cool is if Magnus stands up, goes to the confession box, and explains to us why he just put the rook
That
on
would be
G8.
amazing.
That would be amazing.
I love it. But I think that after yesterday, he might be feeling a little sad, and maybe not ready to go into the confessional.
I think he'll be a little more focused today. Definitely.
Yeah. I think that maybe once he wins the game, he'll go back in that confessional. So for those of you who are just tuning in, we're talking about confessionals. We're talking about Grand Chess Tour. What is all this? Well, this is a network of world-class tournaments with the best players in the world. And we've got 9 players committed to participate in all 3 World Chess Tour, Grand Chess Tour events. A 10th player is selected as a wild card at each event. And that is the Norwegian player Hammer in this event. The drawing of the lots were determined by a blitz tournament at Norway Chess 2015, which was won by Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. And that is why we see him getting 5 whites in this tournament, along with another few players who did well in the blitz. Time control, as we went over earlier in the broadcast, sadly not all the players knew it. 40 moves in 2 hours, no increment until you make that 1 hour. And then there's a 30-second increment from move 41, but no extra time on move 60.
No, that's it. It's already a long time control as it is.
Money, there is money up for grabs in the tournament itself. Norway Chess 2015, 75K for first. There are also bonuses for the players that perform the best in the Grand Chess Tour. Now, how do they get those bonus points? Well, in each of the 3 legs that we have, Norway, St. Louis, and London, you can get up to a max of 13 points for winning clear first, 12 if you win on a tiebreak. And as you can see, there's a descending structure, so no matter what, you get at least 1 point for last. But the key is, you can't tank if you want to have a chance at the 75K place.
Definitely. We're going to have to see some players recover already from a bad start, and we're going to see if they're able to do it. Caruana actually didn't.
What I like about the structure, actually, is that sometimes at the end of the round robin, it's almost not that important how you do. Rating, obviously, it's important, but it doesn't matter. Where it is here, it'll always matter.
I think it always matters. I mean, after all, there's still a price difference between the different places, and you're a professional at this level, and you want to win your games. Psychologically, it's also very important at the end of the tournament to try to finish on a good note. So
for the next one,
I think it matters, definitely.
But you definitely see people taking it easy a little bit sometimes at the end of the tournament, whereas here they can't do that. Maurice, with some thoughts on another game that we have today, round 2.
Well, I noticed something else about this round. It's developing kind of in an interesting fashion. We talked about how Black was thinking a lot. We also noticed that these positions are not very theoretical. In fact, let's take a look at move numbers right up to this moment. The most theoretical game so far is actually this game between Caruana and Carlsen. They're currently on move 18. The move G4 has been played after that somewhat cryptic rook to G8. They're on move 18 already. Why is that so interesting about that game? Well, the next most advanced game is the other Ruy Lopez between Topalov and Nakamura. They're on move 15 so far, and having gotten to an interesting position. One, I think, would also be a new position to chess as well. But when you start to look at the other games, Anand versus Giri versus Anand, they're currently on move 12. They've taken some time to get to this position. They're analyzing the possibilities. Natural moves by Anand, the bishop on a6, of course, being an interesting one, but everything so far being somewhat normal, except for this relationship, bishop and knight on this square. Now we go to another game here between Hammer and Vachier-Lagrave. They're also on move 10, the move knight d7 having been played. You see that the comfort level is the key. If you're not fully prepared, you didn't expect this line, you're going to go into deep thought. Even if you're a 2,800 player, you can't just play quick moves. And the final game is this one, Aronian and Grishchuk. They're also on move 10 as well. Was it 3 games I just saw on move 10? That seems correct. Surprisingly so, exact number. So Black having to think, having to make sure that he is okay in this line, that they're okay on those 3 boards, while the other games more advanced. So we're seeing a somewhat non-theoretical round today as we proceed apace in round 2 of the Norway Chess 2015. Guys?
To me, it's very interesting that once upon a time, Hikaru Nakamura was known as the most aggressive player on earth and one of the fastest, the bullet master, the blitz exceptional genius. And nowadays, even though he's still probably by far the strongest bullet player in the world, he has slowed down in his classical games, and he has become a little bit more positional than he used to. And he had mentioned in an interview recently that one of the keys to his success lately was that he stopped losing games as opposed to winning more. And I think that in that Hikaru age, we would have never seen a real Lopez in which Hikaru Nakamura is down by 40 minutes, is it, against Veselin Topalov, who seems to just completely have out-prepared him. He's been, White's been blitzing out pretty much every move in this position. And Hikaru moved the move B3. Topalov looked at the board for a couple of seconds, shook his head,
in this
played
case,
again.
you can understand it.
It's still very unusual. I mean, Hikaru used to not think this much. Even when he got out prepared, he would even then try to play fast, put pressure on his opponent. But now he takes his time. He's a little bit more cautious. It's not a good or a bad thing. It's just a different style, but it's worked for him.
But it happens that a lot of great blitz players sometimes use a lot of time in their regular games. It's not that unusual.
It's not that unusual. It's true. We
like
have
Jorge's sophomore husband. You remember him?
I remember him, yes. But
fantastic blitz player.
It's a good blitz player, absolutely. Won a Dos Hermanas or two. Yes, and a very strong blitz tournament. And yeah, in classical time controls, he does seem to...
He got into massive time pressure, not nearly as strong relative to other players as well.
Right. For example, the player Alexander Grischuk, another fantastic blitz player who, well, he does prefer also to get into time pressure pretty much in every game. We'll see if he does that this time around.
Maurice with an update on the Nakamura game.
Mm-hmm. A crazy position now erupting on the board, and it looks as though Topalov has prepared all this, or at least calculated it, but he is sacrificing a pawn in this position. And Nakamura, you can see there, looking slightly nonplussed by the position. Look at this. He has now accepted, well, maybe he will accept. The move bishop b1 wasn't necessary. He could have simply traded on b3, bishop to b1, and now Nakamura capturing on c2. Now, this is a critical moment. Queen c2 just loses a pawn to check. That's it. You move the king and gift me the pawn. Thank you very much. So he has to play against this move, bishop b1, bc2. Bishop takes on c2, and it has occurred, and now down a pawn is Topalov. Topalov has sacrificed his pawn on b2. Nakamura has accepted it. Optically, it doesn't seem clear exactly what he's getting back for this, and the engines are now saying offer a trade of rooks. Now, this is when chess is surreal. I mean, this is next level stuff. Offer a trade of rooks here and allow either even the trade or a retreat. Looks like these pawns are somewhat weak, and he will get one of them back and maybe prove that his bishops are superior to the knight, maybe. But certainly, they're in the position now. Rook takes b2 has been played, and Topalov has paused to think. After having donated this pawn, you would think that he would play instantly. What's the guy thinking about? He didn't have to sacrifice the pawn at all. He could have just traded on b3 and continued the game. How is it that he's deep in thought, that posture right now? Does that make any sense, guys?
He has that look like, oh my god, I blundered a pawn, which is probably not the case. He played bishop b1 immediately. I think maybe he's trying to figure out exactly what the position's about, or trying to remember his compensation. Something? I don't know. It would be hard for me to believe that he doesn't play rook b1, though, because currently there's also the threat of knight d3 coming because of the pin on the second rank. So I think rook b1 looks pretty natural. There is some compensation, of course, as Maurice mentioned. The pawns are really weak, and this knight on f6, I think, has going to have some problem coming back into the game, which is mainly centered around the central squares and the queen side. However, I mean, black seems to be holding on. It's a pawn after all.
That's right. So Nakamura must be pleased. So we actually have some footage from yesterday's dramatic events and the surprisingly good-humored attitude of our reigning world champion when he found out that he lost on time. Let's take a look at that. So just analyzing the game, I mean, smiling.
Yeah, there's definitely not that many players that would have such a good attitude after losing a one position on time.
Do you think it's denial and shock? You know how like sometimes something bad happens and you don't like get upset about it for like an hour?
I don't think so.
It looks so genuine. Look at that smile.
That's not a smile. That's a, oh my God, I can't believe it.
A grimacing smile.
Something along those lines, yes.
Wow, but that is spectacular sportsmanship there by our world champ. Maurice?
I mean, he's always Joe Cool. I mean, I imagine you stick him with a needle, he'd probably smile anyway. I mean, the guy is always super cool, super relaxed all the time. He never seems totally disturbed. Actually, the only time I've seen him be completely perturbed was, remember here at the last year's Singfield Cup when he had that basically winning Rook endgame against Aronian. And that's as animated as we've seen him when he only drew the game and he was really angry at himself for not having pulled off that victory. That's the one time I've seen him be completely emotional after a game. But going back to this game, guys, this one here where Rook takes B2 was played, I've got to stress this to me. Knight E2 was played in this position. B3 gets played. This capture does not lose a pawn, very simply. And the engines are saying equal position. No problem, right? Maybe it's not great for white, but the engines are basically saying this is an equal position, nothing bad for him. To play the move bishop to B1, and then after the guy capture, it's so obvious he's going to take. Queen takes, loses a pawn straight. And bishop takes, you know you're going to go down this pawn, after rook takes b2. So bishop takes c2, rook takes b2. You know you're going down a pawn. To stop and think now, and when you look at him, first there was the deep thought position. Then there was the agitated kind of what's going on. You saw him sitting back in his chair and acting as though there was a problem. And this is what I'm talking about. Even now, you see him sitting up, wondering what's going on. You just willingly gave up a pawn. This is not some random player here. This is Vasyl Topalov, former world champion. He's a 2,800 player as we speak. And he just dropped a pawn on b2, and he's not showing us why he did it. That to me is completely shocking. Maybe not as shocking as what happened yesterday, but certainly something bizarre going on in this round right now.
All right, so we're seeing some perplexing moves in this round, right? There's the rook g8, there's the bishop b1. Fabiano Caruana has responded to Magnus Carlsen's rook g8 with another move on the g file.
There's actually definitely some unorthodox chess being played. The move that Caruana played is probably more natural to the position than rook g8 is. I have seen the idea of playing a very early g4 in order to gain space on the king side. So that makes, to me, quite a bit of sense. Again, I think that he didn't want to play the move e6 because of the variation that we were talking about with a very fast bishop d6. That being said, I think that g4 is a more normal idea, but we have to see exactly how Caruana wants to make progress. For example, in some variations, he might want to put a knight on f5 and proceed thanks to the pawn on g4 with some support. We'll see how Carlsen manages this position. A normal idea against g4 is to put this pawn on h5 and challenge the king side. Clearly something that cannot happen in this position specifically. So we're going to have to see which alternate variation Carlsen does in order to stop the pawn storm on the king side.
Well, a lot of excitement in store for round 2 of the Grand Chess Tour.
Yeah, I'm very happy actually with the positions. They're very unorthodox, but they're very interesting in their own way.
And they'll become very rich as we start developing the hours. You know, a lot of these types of positions, they're not that explosive in hour 1, but come hour 3, they're going to get wild.
Absolutely.
So stay tuned, and we'll be back after a quick break. Welcome back to our Grand Chess Tour coverage. Here we are. We are in studio in St. Louis. I'm Jen Shahade. I'm here with Grandmasters Alejandro Ramirez and Maurice Ashley. And we are also piped in to Norway Chess 2015. Right now we see Fabiano Caruana trying to see what he can make out of this position with white. He's got the white pieces very well prepared. Got an edge in the clock, or at least he did. Does he still have it?
I believe that he still has
a huge edge.
a pretty
still.
significant edge of about half an hour, or a little bit
that's
over
pretty
half an
big.
hour over Magnus Carlsen. And the reason mainly is, of course, his opening preparation. And Carlsen spent a lot of time in his last few moves. And it's an interesting position for sure. After g4, Carlsen decided to retreat the knight to a6 voluntarily. He didn't even wait for Caruana to kick it out with the move a3. So here you might be wondering, well, where is this poor homeless knight going to go? And the answer is, I'm not sure. I don't really know where this knight's going yet. It might end up going to c5 and e4, or c5 and e6 if he's allowed to do so. It's not entirely clear to me where this knight is going.
Well, white always had the option to play a3, so now we've played knight a6 to kind of prevent that in advance. And like as you mentioned, now when we go knight c5, we might have some ideas of playing the knight on e4.
That might be a possibility for sure.
If we let white play a3 and b4, it could be potentially prevented. Although that kind of idea would be very double-edged in this position, because playing an a3 and b4 could be met by c5, which could get rid of one of black's weaknesses in this position.
Right, and we focused a lot on this game, so let's take a quick look at some of the others that have happened. One that we have barely glanced over is the game between Jan-Ludwig Hammer and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave.
Even though Lagrave is off to a sizzling start at this tournament, not only winning the Blitz tournament, but also winning his first game with white in fine style, probably the best game of yesterday.
I think so. The way that he handled the position yesterday after obtaining an advantage in the opening was absolutely fantastic. It was a combination of tactics, of precision, of really good technique.
That was against Levan Aronian.
Aronian, one of the greatest defenders of our generation for sure. And he made it look easy. He had a fantastic game, and he's off to a good start. And let's see if he can continue with his game against Jan-Ludwig Hammer. We got a English defense which is symmetrical except for one kind of important detail, that this pawn on c7 isn't on c5. And that changes the character of the position slightly. First of all, black will have on the long term less problems with the square d5 than white does with the square d4, because he's going to be able to push the pawn to c6 and at least kick out any of the pieces that actually come to that square. However, for now, white does have more space on the queen side, and it's more natural for him to maybe play rook b1 and b4 and expand on that side. We didn't see that happen as MVL played h6, probably preventing the move bishop g5, trading off the knight. Bishop b3 was played, and then a very quick king h7. Now, the only reason I can think somebody would go h6, king h7 is that they want to remove the knight and play a quick f5, or at least f5 at some point. After h3, knight d7 was played, but after rook c1, MVL decided not to go for this variation specifically, at least not right away, and instead of playing the move f5, which seems possible to me, he decided to first put a knight on d4, now that the bishop on g7 is supporting it indirectly, thanks to the fact that the knight on f6 removed itself from the diagonal. Bishop takes d4, e takes d4, and now that the knight went back to e2, I really like this approach from the French player, because he was able to get c5 in, which makes this move, rook c1, look a little silly.
That's right. Now that makes you wonder, why not knight b5? I guess there's other ways. Let's take a look at that.
Well, I think that if you did play knight b5, this knight on b5 looks...
Oh yeah, just the only idea is that we're attacking d4 and now c5. We can maybe not take...
Well, the problem is, of course, if I kick out your knight with a6 and then you take on d4, which I assume is your idea, I have the move c5, and the knight, well, it has to retreat, probably e2 or b3. They're not very good choices. And after bishop takes g7, bishop from g7 takes b2, I regain my pawn as black, and, well, what do you think about that bishop?
Yeah, lovely bishop, of
It's
course.
a lovely bishop. It has the entire diagonal to itself. no counterpart on
We
the
would
white
have to try to
side.
play d4, but yeah, to try to highlight the weakness of the e6 pawn, but doesn't look too impressive.
No, definitely I would prefer to be black in this position. So avoiding this variation, John Ludwig decided to go knight e2 and c5. That seems pretty good for black as well. I don't think MVL has any real problems. Winning is another issue. I don't think white's worse either. But it'll still be a strategically interesting game.
But you'd
but
rather
much
play
slower.
this as black if you had to choose.
Who would I
Or would
rather
it be,
play this
would it be
with?
a toss-up?
I think I wouldn't really care. I think both sides have very
You
interesting...
have to pick one.
I have to pick one? You make me do everything.
Well,
I think I'd rather be white. I think...
Jinx.
Yeah, I think this idea of knight f4 and a quick knight d5 with b4 coming is probably a little bit more natural to me to put the knight on f4, d5, and then go for a quick b4. And I've never been a fan of attacking with f5 in these positions, but that seems to be the most logical continuation for MVL. So I think I'd rather take white, but it's very, very slight preference, and only because you made me.
I made you choose. Chocolate or vanilla?
Both.
What? You can't keep saying both. You've got to have a preference between chocolate and vanilla. Come on.
Actually, I do prefer chocolate.
See,
I
I knew
guess.
it.
I guess choices have to be made. Another game that we haven't looked at a lot is the game between Giri and Anand. And I think we left it off around this, where both sides were developing
Oh, you were
naturally.
just talking about how much you love the strategic setup because you play it as white as well.
Exactly. And actually, Giri went for this idea of playing knight b5 very early before even pushing the pawn to a4. And again, as I was saying earlier, it begs this bishop, please take me on b5. But black's probably never going to do that if he has the choice, because that would give up way too many light squares on the queen side. And this knight on c6 would have to move. It doesn't have a very good home to go to. And on top of that, it would weaken that knight would be huge on e5.
That's right. Yeah, this looks very undesirable. And that's just a sign to those of you at home that just because your opponent's offering you a trade doesn't mean you should take it.
Yeah, it's definitely
And
not
that seems
checkers.
like obvious, but in practice, not easy for people to do.
Yeah, it's something that amateurs think that they need to do for some reason, is to trade pieces when they have a chance. And many times you need to evaluate, what am I gaining out of this trade? And actually you'll see that at the Grandmaster level it's the contrary. We don't trade unless it's beneficial to us for a specific reason. Otherwise we just kind of leave the pieces alone. Let them be.
Right. I think the reason is because when you're starting out and you're getting a little bit better, your coaches are telling you always look at forcing moves, because that's something that can really change the evaluation of the position, a check or a capture. And somehow that sticks around for a little bit too long.
Yeah, that's maybe true actually. That might be a good reason.
And we've got Grandmaster Maurice Ashley with some news on another game.
Well, this game perplexed us, and he finally did move to Topalov. One suggested that maybe he was thinking about which rook to put on b1 or trying to remember his preparation, but finally he did play this move, rook f to b1. But there is a fantastic-looking sacrifice, at least intriguing one, on the board right now. And is Nakamura thinking about this exchange sacrifice? Rook takes on c2. He's got a pawn. Now he gets the exchange, and after queen takes, plunking his knight down on the square d3. This knight is certainly lording over the position. It is well protected by the pawn on c4, which, by the way, is passed, although it's blockaded. And this is a tricky position for white. For example, the move bishop to g5, deciding to pin, which looks quite attractive, actually, can be met by h6, bishop h4, and now d5. And take a look at this position. If you take, then queen takes, not worrying about this trade at all after gf6. Although his position is shattered, black is threatening this move, queen to c5 check. Some smothered mate ideas you got to watch for. It probably won't be the case because there's a knight sitting here, but still, according to the engines, this is perfectly okay for black, primarily thanks to the strength of this knight and the weakness of this king. If we go back just a moment, after this rook sack, queen takes, another move I was looking at with the engine is the move queen to c3. So, sorry, after rook takes, queen c2, knight d3, queen to c3 right here. Queen to c3 is also possible, and still d5 is on top. It looks like the move d5 would be unstoppable. And take a look at this one crazy line. Bishop to g5, again, pinning this knight. What if we sacrifice? Knight takes on e4, hitting the queen. The bishop is also under attack. Queen c4, a crazy sacrifice coming back. D takes c4, bishop takes d8. Now knight to d2 instead of taking the bishop back. Look at these knights dancing and prancing in the position. Bishop e7, just move the rook, get under this pawn. And this one is hard to evaluate. The engines like white here, but who the heck knows what's going on? Other knight can land on b3 in a moment. So a crazy position for Nakamura to consider. I'm not sure he's looking at all those crazy tactics right now deeply, but it's certainly in the position and possible, and you can see him looking like a hawk, this Nakamura, at the possibilities. If he plays very solidly, white will have compensation in the other lines, either dropping his rook back or trading rooks. White will have compensation and enduring compensation at that. That means Nakamura is certainly playing for a draw in those lines because white is able to stabilize the position, and you see there that Topalov is quite comfortable hoping that those kind of lines occur. But if Nakamura goes for the explosive move with rook takes c2, all heck is going to break loose on the chessboard. Guys?
Very interesting variations you showed us. Definitely this exchange sacrifice is not something I would have thought of at first, but I can see the more you mention these lines with the break on d5, how strong this knight on d3 would become, especially because of the weakness, as you mentioned, of this king on g1 in certain variations. And it's interesting to note that in so many of these lines, white would like to put this pawn on f3 back on f2, which is of course against chess rules, but it's because of this weakness on this diagonal that black's able to maybe sacrifice the exchange and use the king weakness to his advantage. Rook takes c2, definitely something very serious to consider in this position. And I'm wondering if instead of rook fb1, he should have played the other rook to b1, and if that made any difference in the evaluation of the sacrifice on c2. Because I think that perhaps in this lines, having the rook on f1 makes the king feel a little bit safer, and it might be able to go to d1 a lot faster than it can in the other lines, since I'm not using up a square for the rook. And the more I look at it, the more I'm kind of wondering why put the rook from f to b1. Unfortunately, we're not going to be able to see some of the sacrificial ideas, as Nakamura decided to simply trade off the rooks, make it seem like there was no difference between rook fb1 and rook a b1, and queen c7 was played quickly after the trade. An interesting position still, Nakamura is up a pawn, but the pair of bishops and the weaknesses on d6, c4, and a6 should still give Topalov at least some compensation, and we're going to have to see how he intends to prove it.
And so here, black or white?
All right, man, you're going to make me
I know
choose
you're
a
gonna
lot
say
of things
black.
today. Here, you would rather be black?
No, I have a feeling that you're going to choose black.
I mean, optically, it seems like black just has an extra pawn.
Don't you know this game that we have? A lot of poker players love it. It's called Lot and Thinks, and you guess what other people think. So it's not what you think. You bet on what other people think.
What other people think.
Yeah.
I like that.
It's a fun game, actually.
I think you would have won this round. I think that I would rather be black.
I win.
Yes.
Yay.
Although I think I would have rather been black more
only we
in
could-
this position where I can sacrifice the exchange.
Okay, gotcha. If only we could play that game with Magnus Carlsen, Gary Kasparov, and Caruana and be able to accurately do it during a game of chess. Right?
That does sound pretty fun.
Maurice, what do you have for us?
Alejandro, in the first case, your instincts were spot on. The rook from f to b1, according to the engine, limited, actually opened up black's opportunities. With the rook on f1, that smothered mate idea, the square f2 being weak, that wouldn't have happened at all. So rook a b1 would definitely deter the exchange sacrifice a bit and give black less chances than it did in the line that we saw. So the difference of the rooks, which rook you choose, matter there tremendously. The way Nakamura has played it, however, it's not that great for him. And in fact, the engines are saying it's already better for white. In this position, after rook fb1, he took on b1 here. And after rook takes and now queen c7, this is the key move, moving this rook off the file and actually just attacking the pawn. And the question now is, how do you protect it? It's just under attack. Rook to d8, of course, is just a huge blunder. After bishop takes e5, you cannot capture back because you are getting mated. So that line would not work out. And after rook to d1, since you cannot defend with the rook, what do? The move knight to e8 is the only other suggestion here, but I think after seeing this move, you're probably not too happy with having the black pieces in this line. If you have to make a move like this, curtailing your chances here with your rook getting into the game, and white certainly starting to look like white has more compensation in this line, particularly this bishop is starting to look impressive, and the knight will find a square, either c3, d4. So it seems as though after this move, queen c7, if white plays rook to d1, white will have more than enough compensation for the pawn. Guys?
It's interesting sometimes how chess works, because if we see this position, I think optically, I see the rook on b1 and I think, hey, this rook, cool rook. It's already in an open file. It's developed. Look at this rook. It's awesome. But machines tend to not care where your rook is. They just find the best move. And if, for example, this rook wasn't on b1, it was on a1, I would instantly think rook d1 because I improve my rook and I attack a pawn.
Right.
But
So
because
very
the rook is already in
psychological.
such a good square, I don't actually think, hey, maybe I should move it again. It's funny how it works like that, but you're right, absolutely. I would be pretty worried about the move rook d1 if I was black in this position, because...
And it was played.
And it was played, okay. Actually, I wonder if Topalov's back in his preparation, because he might have forgotten which rook it was. Nakamura, he played maybe the wrong one. Nakamura traded, and perhaps he's even seen this position before.
Interesting theory.
Well, it's just a theory, right? I mean, we'll see. The move rook d1 was played at 98 almost immediately as a reply. I guess Nakamura felt that he had to keep his pawn on d6 defended. But definitely with the rook hemmed in on f8, white has to have more than enough for just a measly pawn.
Measly pawn, eh?
Measly pawn.
All right, let's move on to some of our other games here. We got something in the Levana-Ronion game from Maurice Ashley.
Actually, guys, before you move on, just to give an overview, it's a situation where not much has happened on the other boards. It's one of those, it looks like we're going to see time pressure on a lot of boards in this round, because if you look at this game, they're on move 12. I mean, Aronian has used 50 minutes. It's not hypercritical. He's not in any serious time pressure. Grishchuk, who's usually a time pressure hog, is now at 125. So he's got plenty of time, but nothing much going on just yet. So one of these things where the explosion is deferred until later in the game. Look at Anand's game with Giri. They're only on move 15 right now. Neither one of them in any serious time pressure. Giri at 108 in this position, but just 15 moves in. Another game, Vachier-Lagrave, Hummer versus Vachier-Lagrave. They're on move 14, creeping along now. So the game being deferred, the action being deferred until later. Magnus's game where he moved his knight. Now he's on move 18, but we saw that it was a theoretical position. And also, I'd like to point out that this knight was the knight that was on G8. So this knight went from G8 to F6 to E4 to D6 to F5 to E7 to D5 to B4 to A6. I mean, this knight is trying to break a record for knight moves early in a game. We saw Grishchuk yesterday move his knight quite a bit, and we thought that was a lot. This knight already moved about 8 times in this game. And now finally to this position where rook to d1 and knight e8 was in fact played. They're on move 21, the one game that has broken into the 20s right now, with Topalov at 139 and Nakamura only at 54. Well, he's got enough time on his clock for sure, but certainly the most advanced game so far. I think we can predict, like you said, Jen, third hour of action, getting into that close to that fourth hour. We're going to see all these games heat up, and you probably see time pressure in most of them. Guys?
Definitely, I agree. This is going to be a round that gets very exciting in the third, fourth hour. Except for maybe the Caruana Carlsen game will clarify a little bit earlier.
You have the feeling that that one is going to go into some kind of crazy action very soon?
Sooner, a little bit.
Right. Well, speaking of crazy action, let's take a look at the game between John Ludwig Hammer and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, in one which we thought it was just a normal position.
Yeah, and it's weird because you were mentioning the idea of b4 for Hammer and saying that even though, you know, Maxime has the 2 bishops, his pawn play is not quite as obvious. Whereas it seems like it's gone the other way.
Well, chess is a very complicated game sometimes, and we can see the possibilities that arise for both sides. I thought, for me, it was more natural for Hammer to play b4 and expand on the queen side, try to take advantage of the c5 pawn and
it
the
looks
fact
more
that it
natural.
can't take. Right, very natural. And instead he decided to play h4 and try to get something going perhaps on the king side.
Which looks less natural because it looks like black might be poised to play f5 at some point. Well, of course, now that would not be as attractive because we imagine that white is going to try to push with h5.
And MVL, wow, he just says, I don't care about your h5 move. I'm going to go b5 and explode the queen side before you have a chance to play b4 yourself. Now, how good this is interesting. There are so many ways of meeting this move. Hammer has so many choices. He could ignore it and go h5, say, okay, whatever, I'm going to attack on the queen on the king side, try to weaken your position slightly. Or he could take the bull by its horns, play c takes b5, and just take the pawn and say, well, I'm up a pawn. Prove it to me. What is the compensation here?
a6 perhaps?
I'm guessing either a6 or first rook b8 to attack the pawn, and then follow up with a6 at some point. Maybe some kind of Benko type of compensation.
Yeah, you've got that look. Right, so after rook b8, a4.
a4, I guess, to defend the pawn, but then
now
a6. And I'm wondering if white can really keep it, because if you take on a6, I do have the chance of taking on b2 before I try to recover my pawn on the a file. And this seems to be okay for black. So, and we do have those moves played. We do have c takes b5 and rook b8 on the board. So now we have to figure out how John Ludwig wants to keep his pawn. I think that if he wants to keep it, the move queen a4 makes a little bit more sense in order to prevent or at least support the pawn on a6 once a6 happens. But he didn't do that. He played the move a4. a6 happened very quickly. And I don't know, I like black in this kind of positions. If I can recover my pawn on the queen side, this looks really good.
And now if queen b3.
Well, queen b3 seems like a very greedy move, and you must be a very greedy player.
That's right, because now after takes on a6, you can even just play bishop to a6.
Exactly, that's an excellent point.
And this pawn can't be recovered.
Because the rook would be pinning, and there's no way of defending the pawn. But we have very quick moves in this game, which I'm a little surprised about. John Ludwig Hammer said, hey, you're not the only one that can go around sacrificing pawns and putting pawns in pressure. b4 looks great. The idea is that after a takes b5, white has several ways to try to clarify this position on the queen side. He can either play pawn takes c5 followed by pawn takes b5, which would leave black's structure to be a little awkward after pawn takes. Pawn takes. I think you have to take with the pawn because this d4 is hanging, so you have to take with the pawn. And after pawn takes b5, rook takes b5. Suddenly, this pawn on c5 I don't think is particularly good. It's a backward pawn, and I would say that white looks good.
Okay, well, we'll keep a close eye on this strategic battle between Hammer and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Meanwhile, we've got some news from Norway from Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan.
Hello everyone and welcome to Norway. I'm standing with Grandmaster Ian Rogers from Australia, who's reporting on the event for more than 24 magazines, or there is about?
Slight exaggeration.
Slight exaggeration. Ian, yesterday, unprecedented. When was the last time that a reigning world champion has gaffed this badly and lost a game?
Second game of the 1987 World Championship match in Seville, when Kasparov forgot about his clock and found himself having to make 14 moves in about a minute, and was also very angry at Karpov for not showing any indication that he was sitting there and his clock was going down. He just forgot to press his clock.
Exactly, for forgetting to press. That's the good one, yes. There, bravo, bravo. I recall the incident very well now that you mention it.
To remember the Botvinnik-Smyslov case too, where Botvinnik forgot about his clock when he had a slightly better ending with two bishops and bishop and knight and just lost on time. So that'd be your generation, I guess.
Well, thank you so very, very much indeed. Your thoughts about what it meant here in Norway? The whole Norwegian newspapers went into a tizzy after it was reported that Magnus had lost.
That's right. They were all hanging around hoping that he'd finish off Topalov quickly so they could go for dinner, and you'd already gone for dinner, I believe.
Indeed, I did. Yeah.
And and then there was this absolute shock. Peter Dogger's reaction was that they'd set the kings up the wrong way around on the board, which is the way DGTs register the result. And no, it just is astonishing. But Magnus took it remarkably well. He would be feeling sick as a dog still, I expect.
Right. When you say remarkably well, what you're specifically referring to is after the game, he just kind of chit-chatted with Vesselin a little bit and then went off to the Norwegian television.
Indeed, and he spent a long time with Norwegian television. They thought he'd want to wrap it up in a minute or two. He stayed there for well over 5 minutes and really joked about himself, put the blame on himself, and then went and did another set of interviews for press and the TV stations that haven't got the rights, and it was remarkable, actually.
Yeah, I too found it really, really remarkable. Today, in today's game, it seems to me Magnus is kind of doing a little bit of a suicide. It seems like he's really, really provoking e5, e6, and do you think there's some kind of loss of confidence that is impacting his game today?
Well, you can't not be affected, but the Norwegians I spoke to said that he was going to be aiming for something like a short draw in this round, and therefore the Berlin is probably a decent way to try to do it. But Caruana's had some success in the Sinquefield Cup last year against Nakamura. He went very, very close to breaking it down. Now, he's one of the best players in the world for playing the Berlin, whereas someone like Anand, it's not a bad system to play.
Yeah. With his loss, and if he can come back, would the legend of Magnus grow ever greater, having basically spotted the field an entire point?
Well, it'd be more impressive if he could spot them 2 points like Fischer did against Spassky. So, if he can lose today and then come back and win the tournament, now that will be impressive.
Indeed. Thank you, Ian. Thank you very much, and back to you in St. Louis.
Thank you, Grandmasters Yasser Seirawan and Ian Rogers. You know, Ian actually just wrote an article for the U.S. Chess Federation website, which I added, about round one and all of the drama. It's really amazing.
Well, definitely take
His
a look
breadth
at that.
of knowledge. It's just...
It's incredible. He is very, very knowledgeable. This is our own Yasser Seirawan seems to have an infinite amount of chess history knowledge.
That's right. And what do you think about that? Like when you have students and somebody forgets to hit the clock, are you supposed to go the ethical route and let them know, or at least make eye contact with them to show that it's weird? Or do you just try to win the game?
I think that when it's a competition, and if your opponent didn't press the clock, okay, it's his fault. It's not something I did wrong. Why should I feel bad about it? I can use it to my advantage, and as long as his clock is ticking, which is such an important part of the game, as we've seen, time pressure is a very real component of games nowadays. So if he's going to let his own clock run down, that's his fault.
But I think that sportsmanship is so important in chess, and it pays dividends not just in the present moment, but later in your career. Like, for instance, Magnus Carlsen taking such a sporting approach, not blaming the arbiter, not blaming the manager, not blaming any fans. Like, that just adds to his popularity. So even in the present moment, it's, like, kind of surprising. It's got to be a really good thing for him in terms of his career. And I know you don't think this is the same as the clock thing.
No, I think it's a little bit different.
Yeah.
Also, I think that when you're in such a top level, and this has happened to me once or twice.
That your opponent forgot to press the clock.
And it's not that I didn't call it, I just didn't notice, because when does it ever happen?
Well,
they
if it's
don't
just a
actually.
minute, you might not have noticed. But if it's like 15 minutes, you'll probably notice.
I would probably notice, but only after a while. As you said, you would notice that the clock has run down, and by that point, you're probably going to make a move anyway, and the damage is done.
Yeah, I think, honestly, one thing, though, that I definitely think would be unethical is to notice it and then try really hard to pretend like it's your move. Like, that definitely seems like the next level.
You mean
that you're
not
taking...
play on purpose? Because this clock is running down.
Exactly.
When you maybe already had your move ready.
And even to look like you're waiting for them to make the move. Like to kind of like play the actor.
I see. Yeah, so you're saying that there's
I've seen people do that.
There's a line that needs to be drawn. It's like, this is unethical, this is ethical.
That's ethics, I guess. It's all over the place. Maurice, what are your thoughts? Do you tell your opponent? I did it once. if they forget to press the clock.
Well, it's sort of interesting because you're disturbed when a player doesn't hit their clock. Or something is not performed correctly. So you're sitting there and you know they haven't hit the clock, and it's hard to think if that happens, right? I imagine it would be very difficult to sit there and think about anything else because their clock is ticking. You want to analyze moves, but the clock is ticking. So I'm not even sure that ethics really comes into question here. It's never happened to me, so I probably would alert my opponent, just say, your clock and keep it moving. But I have seen a very funny story at a youth championship many years ago. These two kids were playing against each other, and on move three, one kid forgot to hit his clock, and his opponent sat there for an hour. Both of them, obviously they were little kids, but the kids sat there, and it was torture for the kid who knew that his opponent hadn't hit the clock. He suffered. I walked away. I came back 20 minutes later, still the same situation. I walked away. It's not two kids I knew at all, but it was farcical when I came back again, and the kid ran out of time on move 3, but the other kid suffered for an entire hour in order to get the win. So I don't know that that's the right thing to do either. Again, personally, I think you probably should alert your opponent, but like in blitz, for example, all bets are off. You don't hit your clock. People are like, too bad. You precious seconds. You're supposed to hit your clock. It is really the player's responsibility. Magnus has no one to blame, so I don't think he would blame anybody else. It wouldn't make any sense to blame anybody else. I heard a rumor that people are blaming his manager. Like, duh, you're the player. I'm the manager. I take care of your business. What am I going to tell you about a touch move rule 2?
Yeah, but it went beyond that he didn't make anybody feel bad at all. Just really, really relaxed the mood, as you said, Mr. Cool. And I thought it was an impressive display of sportsmanship.
He took it on very good strides. The way that he behaved right after the game finished to me was surprising, because when you lose like that, usually you're just shocked.
Well, you get upset.
You're
yeah,
shocked,
at yourself.
and then you're upset. Exactly.
Even if it's not at anybody else, you're upset at yourself, and
exactly.
that can be
But
exhibited as well.
He simply analyzed the position a little bit. He lost. Okay, let's just do what we're supposed to do, go to our interviews, and he took it very well, relatively.
I personally think that's what the most amazing part of the whole affair was. The fact that he was able to just remain cool. Like we said, he's Joe Cool. There are ways you can get tested in chess. You could be devastated for a number of different reasons, and this one would be right up there. If he had stormed off and was upset and kicking chairs, we would all understand. Be like, yeah, dude, that was ridiculous. The way he acted was the exact opposite of that. So for me, that's the most impressive thing about it. And is it just the way he is? Can he come back after such a game and make a real tournament of it? We will see. But at least in the moment, the way he responded was absolutely incredible.
And speaking of that, Jen, which top players do you think would have actually gone out, stormed out, kicked chairs left and right upon noticing that they lost on time in a winning position?
Maybe one of the players in this tournament.
Maybe one? Do you have any specifics?
It starts with an N.
Does it rhyme with anything?
Oh, there he is. One of those guys.
I have the feeling it's not the man on the left.
I don't know, honestly. I think Topalov is pretty emotional too, but I maybe not storm off. Even Hikaru, it's not about storming off, but some emotion would have been displayed. That's for sure.
That is for sure.
Massive
What
emotion.
about Gary Kasparov, if that had happened to him? Actually, Ian did quote that it did happen to him in one of those games, one of those matches against Karpov, but not this exact thing to happen. But I don't think it's just those guys. They're the emotional guys, the obviously emotional guys. But even just a response like this, what was I thinking? Something. It's you got to be a machine not to respond at all. We've seen Carlsen do some stuff that's really shocking as far as his calmness. Remember the first Sinquefield Cup, the one that he won last game against Aronian? A draw seals the deal, takes home all the cash. A loss forces him to have a playoff. A draw is on the table. He could just accept it. And what did he do? He said, no, thank you. I'm just going to keep playing. That was incredible. And another incredible show for us, looking at a guy and saying, why did you even continue to play? It was like 70 grand in your hand, and you risk all of that to just continue the game because you think I think I'm still better here. And not that he was even winning. He just thought, I think I'm still better. And the guys kind of lost the thread. In fact, I believe it was at a point where Aronian was even up a pawn still, but had completely lost the thread and had given Magnus all the compensation. How he does that, it's just incredible each time, his fighting spirit. And I think it sends a message to the other players as well. If this is a guy who can, under any circumstances, continue to fight, you don't feel like you have him psychologically. And if he comes back and wins a few games, it's going to be like, there goes Magnus again, doing his thing. So I think it really does play on the minds of other players and the public as well.
Right, it shows a great amount of strength. I think a lot of players that would have shown weakness after losing in that way and showing that emotion, you would have guessed, okay, they're going to take some time to recover. It's going to affect their next game. But I don't think Carlsen's affected at all for today.
Although his position doesn't look that great.
Well,
but you don't think that's relevant?
I think that's
to
more
the
relevant
result.
to the fact that it's a Berlin,
And
than anything else. And in the Berlin, I don't know. It always looks like Black should be losing, but they don't. They hold and they
And
hold
he has
comfortably.
equalized the time situation as well.
He's made
He
the
started
time
out
situation
40 minutes behind at some point.
Right, actually, Caruana's playing very slowly. We do have a few new moves in that position. The knight did end up jumping to f5, where it was supported by the g4 pawn. Whereas Magnus's knight also relocated to c5. Rook takes d8, king takes d8, a check. And instead of going back into the center, the king went to the side on c8. And I think that, well, as usual in the Berlin, it seems like none of your pieces are developed. There's a ridiculous looking rook on g8. But I think that Carlsen's probably fine in this position. I think the next move for Black will be something along the lines of maybe knight e6 if it doesn't blunder anything. And the more time passes, the more freedom the bishops are probably going to have. And unless Caruana comes up with something concrete in the next few moves, I think he's pretty much maximized the power of his pieces. I don't see how he's going to improve them even further. So he needs to actually unleash something in this position. Perhaps Maurice has an idea on how to progress here with White?
Actually, I don't see how to make progress with White. I want to make a point that I often make to my students, and you made earlier actually in the game about grandmasters and exchanging pieces. I often tell my students, don't trade. Like, simply don't trade. Unless the trade is forced or it's fantastic, well, I won't tell you what the other F is, because you don't want to trade in chess. Because one of the big mistakes people make is to trade when they don't know what to do. Find a waiting move. I had a coach, Gregory Kaidanov, one of the finest coaches in the country, who used to say, maintain the tension. Don't release the tension. And I think right in this moment here, Fabiano didn't know what to do. He said, well, what do I do to make this position any better? And so he made this trade on d8. The engines are saying also, no need for that trade. But which piece do you improve here? Well, check out the piece they want to improve, the engine, that is, the king. Just make a waiting move and ask Black, what are you going to do? Because this trade allows White to bring a rook to the center, so White controls the d file. The king is not able to escape over to the c8 square, and just build that tension a little bit more in the position to see what it is that Black does. It's not that it's a huge edge as compared to like it's winning or anything, but it does maintain the edge that White has in the position. So I think here is where he made a mistake by trading off on d8 and takes rook d1. It looks like it should be similar, but now with the king here, the engines are now saying his advantage has dropped dramatically. Well, maybe not super dramatically, but enough to make you feel like now Black is safe. And I think that Carlsen is going to slowly equalize this game completely and move on with the draw. Guys?
It does seem that that king on c8, it just gives Carlsen a little bit more peace of mind. I think on e8 it was definitely more vulnerable to things like the center breaking open. So I think that Carlsen will be happy with how the game has progressed after the trade of rooks. Let's take a look at some of the other games that we have perhaps neglected slightly. The Grischuk game against Aronian, it does feel completely like a reverse Sicilian. And after pawn takes d5, knight takes d5, this is pretty much a dream Sicilian scenario, which happens after queen c2 and bishop d3, where your bishops are actually pointing towards the king side. And even though you don't have any pawns in the center except for the one on e3, you're able to put a lot of indirect pressure because of your bishops, because of the knight, because this pawn on e5 becomes a vulnerability once in a while. and because I'm always able to, sorry about that, to play the move b5 and undermine this pawn on c6. So I actually really like white's position relative to a normal Sicilian. After knight 7 f6 castles, it was Levon that immediately started relieving the tension. And now that we've talked so much about trades, you might be wondering, well, why is Levon trading on c3? And the reason is that he has two knights in this position that are competing for one square. The square d5 is really nice, so you can't have both of them at the same time on d5. He gets rid of one of them in order to allow the other one in the future to perhaps go to c3. He finishes development with bishop e6, and although I would take white slightly, I don't think black has any real problems in this position. Any comments, Jen?
Well, what do you think about the knight on g3? What's its future?
That is a very interesting question. I think the knight on g3 has two realistic possibilities. It can go to f5 and try to create weaknesses on the king side, maybe provoke the move g6. Or if this knight on f6 for some reason disappears, I might swing over to the queen side with a very swift knight e4, knight c5. I think those are two of the choices that Grischuk will have in the future.
So definitely a little more pleasant for white, but...
Yeah, I think it's a little bit more pleasant for white, but still nothing out of the ordinary. I think that Aronian is okay with this position. The time situation is very similar, both of them having just above an hour for the remaining amount of moves, although that's a lot of moves they have to make. They have to make 27 moves if I'm counting correctly.
And Giri, Anand, let's...
Giri Anand actually went into an endgame. We left off the game after knight b5, rook fd8, rook c1, and here Anand released the tension on c4. And again, we go back to this concept, why release the tension? Do you have something specific in mind? And it just happens that Anand does because, well, he's 2800 and they understand this concept of tension.
He wants to stick his queen on d3 while it's still possible.
Exactly. He's only one move away from not being able to do so in some certain scenarios because this pawn could go to d3.
And that, yeah, that'll close the door because then after it takes on c4, well, either would be take, you can't play queen d3.
Right. So after takes on c4, queen d3 was done in order to trade off the queens. I do think it's necessary for Giri to trade off because if you go back to e1, the knight on b5 doesn't have enough defense. I could take, and queen takes b5. I don't have the intermediate move bishop f1 because after queen e4, I think this knight is simply hanging.
That's right, you can just kick it again if it goes to g5.
Exactly. So here in this position, after queen takes d3, rook takes d3, Giri played the move bishop f1, kicking out the rook. He also had the choice of doing it with the knight, but he preferred to move the bishop to f1. And the reason that he did this is that when the rook retreated to d7, notice that he retreats it to d7 in order to allow himself to double up rooks in the future if he needs to. After d4, this bishop is already defending a pawn that will be eventually weak. So here Anand has the choice of taking on d4, but back again to this concept of tension, he decides, I don't have a reason to take immediately. Let me leave these pawns alone. If I want to take later, I'll do so. So he first plays rook cd8, creating a pin.
He's got d5 more than well covered.
Oh yeah, there's no chance that Giri is going to play d5, so there's no question that this pawn's not going to run away. This pawn is impossible to take because of the pin, but even if it wasn't, it's definitely not a desirable move as I take on c5 and your pawn structure on the queen side is shattered. So I think that after a4, Anand played the move bishop e7, and this looks really pleasant for black, I believe.
And in pleasant, you mean you'd rather play black or just the equality?
I think it's equal-ish, but I would rather be black.
All right, and we've got Grandmaster Maurice Ashley with some thoughts on the Caruana Carlsen game.
Well, this game is shaping up to be comfortable for black, but there is a poisonous blunder in the position that black has to be careful he doesn't fall for. Take a look at this. This move now, a natural move would be knight to e6, attacking the bishop on a3 and also attacking the knight on f4. Knight takes e6. Everything looks fine. You say, well, what if I just trade? Simple trade. You'll have to move your knight or trade off bishops or whatever, and I am equal at least. I have a great bishop that's about to come into the game. It's all hunky-dory, except for one small fly in the ointment, the move bishop to e7, suddenly out of nowhere, threatening mate on d8. Where did that come from? And now suddenly black is simply lost. You cannot capture the bishop, obviously, because of check and the rook is gone. And what else can you do after this move, bishop to e7? You've got to stop mate, but it doesn't matter. You stop it. Rook comes down to d8. You move your king, and looks like I can even just take on f8. And when you take here, play this move, and you start crying about what just happened to your position. So this blunder is in there. It's not obvious, this move, bishop to e7, but I imagine to this guy on the right that it's probably quite obvious, and he won't be making that blunder anytime soon.
Oh yeah, way more likely to lose on time again. Right?
Well, that would be interesting to see. Yeah, definitely bishop a3, a very cheeky move, but I like it a lot because it's prophylactic against this natural move of knight e6. Now knight e6 is not playable. Carlsen has to come up with some other kind of idea.
I like that, though. Pretty little tactic, and just shows you that even with very limited material, there's always room for tactics.
Always. You can never let your guard down in chess.
That's right. Let's take a quick commercial break, and we'll be back with more from the Grand Chess Tour.
Hi, I'm Mike Matheny. I've been part of some great clubs, and now I'm part of another. The Chess Club and Scholastic Center of St. Louis, right here in the chess capital of the U.S. Our world-renowned center is dedicated to teaching, playing, and promoting the sport. Because chess has been proven to enhance academic performance, our Scholastic Outreach program now works with over 100 schools. So whether you've played for years or never before, come experience all that chess has to offer.
You could fly to Venice or Paris or even Copenhagen. You could fly all over the world. But why? When you could just come to St. Louis. Your trip begins at ExploreStLouis.com.
Welcome back to the 2015 Grand Chess Tour, our first event on the tour, Norway Chess. Some exciting games this round. How do you feel about how Topalov's game against Nakamura is shaking out? Nakamura is still... where do we leave this off last?
We left it off
I think
after
at
the
Rook
move
D1,
Rook D1
right?
and knight e8 was played. Topalov played a very natural move with queen b4, controlling a lot of squares. But I love the reply that Nakamura did. He wasn't a greedy player. He decided, I need to give back some of my material in order to make my position breathe. I need to get my pieces out. So knight d3 was a very smart choice. The idea is that if you regain the pawn on d3, and I don't see a choice here for Topalov, then at least I traded off a couple of pieces and bam, queen c4. I'm trading even more. Trying to get into some kind of endgame, especially with the opposite color bishops, that he might be able to defend comfortably. Now Topalov's gone into a relatively deep think, trying to figure out how to deal with this queen trade. If, for example, queen takes c4, bishop takes c4, rook d2, the move f5 is very annoying. I don't have time to take the pawn on d6 because that would leave the knight unguarded at the end of the trades. But if I take on f5, rook takes f5, suddenly it seems like black has a lot of activity. I don't think he's really worse in this position.
Well, your rook definitely went from 0 to hero with that move f5, right?
Absolutely. f5 a very important break. And it just shows the dynamic elements that happen in chess, even though this rook looked really, really bad. Trade off a couple of pieces, one pawn break, and suddenly the rook's back in the game.
And we actually have some exciting news. We've got Topalov's coach with Yasser, and we're going to go to them in just a minute, but that's exciting. And they're ready.
Hi, Maurice and Jen. This is Yasser from Norway. I'm with Silvio Danilov. Silvio is a longtime friend of Veselin Topalov, a trainer second, but more principally his manager. Silvio, yesterday, incredible thing happened, unprecedented in chess. Could you share with us what Veselin's reaction was and how he dealt with the situation, because it's quite remarkable.
Well, of course, he was surprised as everybody else. But you know what he said after the game. Okay, it can happen, these things can happen. But he remembered so many games that he was absolutely unlucky against Magnus. He remembered so many beautiful positions, so many winning positions, so many, unfortunate situations with him, and he was all lost or making a draw. Even he resigned once in Mexico, absolutely draw position.
Really? I didn't even remember it.
He just resigned. You can check this game. I think it was 2007, probably. Yeah, in Mexico. This was Linares, Mexico. So he said, "Okay, of course, it's a big lag, but this is sport. You have to be careful with everything. So you have to check the time. You have to check everything." And also, he said, okay, maybe this is some reward for all these tragedies against Magnus, because Magnus has something special,
Right.
He plays so good during, let's say, 20, 30, 40 moves altogether, keeping the pressure. So he makes you a little bit down all the time, slightly down, but you are going down, and one moment you collapse, and you just cracked. So the point is that you feel like unlucky, many times, He remembers many positions he was completely winning, but completely winning. Let's say vacancy once -4, was the evaluation with black. He lost, Rook down.
Wow.
Yeah, and something like that, many times. But of course he realized that Magnus is an incredible player, so this is like a consequence of his very, very, very good and precise play. But he said, okay, maybe this was
a little bit of karma for the reward for all of those bad situations. One thing, Silvio, you've been around in chess so much, you know what it means when a world champion loses. Normally their reactions are very emotional and they're angry with themselves. But for me, it was quite remarkable how calm Magnus was after the game. And he even spoke with Veselin a little bit as if the clock didn't matter.
Yes, Veselin was also pleasantly surprised, and not only Veselin, all of us, because the guy just, it was incredibly gentleman, incredibly ethical sportsman. He behaved fantastically, which is not easy.
Not easy at all.
Many of the big players in the past will run, like hell.
Precisely.
I remember some guys. One of them was here yesterday.
Yes, exactly.
And I think in that kind of issues, Magnus improved a lot, because in the past he was not, he wouldn't react like this, We remember this. He was younger, less experienced.
He matured. He grew up. Yeah.
He grew up, and this was great for chess. This was great for chess. He accepted, the defeat immediately. He congratulated Veselin. They analyzed a little bit the game. He was very nice, and then he went to the press conference. I mean, this is great for chess. Such a behavior of the world champion is very positive for the future of the game.
I completely agree. Thank you, Silvio. Thank you for sharing your thoughts. Silvio Danilov, manager for Veselin Topalov, giving the other side of the coin. Back to you in St. Louis.
Thank you, Yasser and Silvio, and of course we had Topalov and Danilov in the Sinfield Cup, so we got a chance to talk to them here, and it was definitely an exciting addition to the tournament.
Absolutely. No, Topalov's an exciting addition to any tournament, I think. His style just so dynamic, so good. It's a fun player to watch. And somebody that's also been in really good shape lately.
That's right. So we've got Caruana versus Carlsen, some big development. So Maurice Ashley recently showed us a line with knight e6 and bishop e7, and we didn't expect it to occur on the board, but here it is. What's going on, Maurice?
Not bishop e7 yet, but knight e6. I was just playing a cutesy line. I was analyzing a move that I thought maybe natural was the move knight to e6. I wondered what would happen. The engines weren't even giving knight e6 on their top 3 moves. But I was just thinking, well, what if you just trade off? So I went into this line oblivious to what was possible. And as I pointed out, after knight takes e6, the move f takes on e6 instantly loses. I didn't see it. Bishop e7, a shocker, your knight's hanging, and suddenly the mate threat. We talked about this move, and now he's just lost. There's nothing to do about mate because you can't take the bishop on d8, and this move runs into this beastie shot, check, and then just simply after king to g7. Oh, wow, my engine is failing, so I'm going to have to go off screen for a second, guys. Sorry about that, my touch screen. So now, okay, I got everything failing on me now. All right, so you're just going to have to trust me. The move king to b7 runs into bishop takes and then takes and then push, and you win. Magnus has played the move knight to e6. He did not have to play this move. He simply did not have to play the move. He could have equalized or kept a slight disadvantage another way. This line increases white's edge in the main lines. You guys can take a look at it on your screen while we fix this one. This line is definitely better for white, starting with knight takes e6. But it would be shocking, beyond shocking, if he blunders in this moment. I mean, the move knight takes e6, now pawn takes and bishop to e7. If this landed on the chessboard, I mean, what could you say about what happened to him yesterday and then this? So we will be waiting with bated breath to see whether or not this line occurs. And knight takes e6 is practically forced for white right now. Taking on e6 looks very natural. He can start walking down the line without any pretending, and we'll see what Magnus does in response to this move. Guys?
A position that's so bad that it breaks the computer. I'm wondering if after knight takes c6, what he missed was that, well, I think you have to take on a3 here. And after knight takes g7, I think he had the idea of returning the bishop to f8 in order to attack this knight on g7. And he thought this maybe was unplayable for white for some reason. Because if I put the knight on h5, I have this annoying pin. Right. But maybe he missed the move e6, which is very strong in this position. To be fair, not the hardest move to find because you cannot play knight h5, so you have to find something else.
Yeah, but harder to find than
bishop e7.
Bishop e7.
Yes, I think a little bit harder to find than bishop e7. But this leads into a really bad position for black. You don't have the option of trading pieces because I'm not, I'm not going to take your pawn, which also gives me an advantage. I'm going to play knight e7 check, knight here, knight takes g8, and because of the threat of rook d8, you don't have time to take my knight.
And we're also ready to play e7, so that's just over.
That's just completely over. So instead of that, I believe that after e6, I suppose you have to take the pawn. Does that seem correct?
Yeah, let's take it.
Take the pawn on e6. But here after knight takes e6, again, because of the recurring theme of rook d8 checkmate, you don't have time to take on f5.
Yeah, we couldn't have put it in between, huh? Let's take a look.
Let's take a look. I guess you have
to
take on f5 first.
You have all these.
I have to take, I think, on f5 here because after pawn takes f7, simply rook takes g7.
So we're safe there.
There, black is safe. So I'm assuming you have to take on f5. But the problem for black is that after f takes e6, I can retreat my knight to g3. And after I put it on the monster square on e4, I think white would simply be much better. He has this very strong pawn majority on the king side, a better king. Most knight versus bishop endgames are close to losing because of the pawn majority, and the knight on e4 is fantastic.
It's a beautiful knight, indeed, but of course,
this all seems
would struggle on here.
This also seems forced, though, because after knight e6, what else can you do?
Well, Fabiano is still thinking in this position.
I think he's thinking, what am I missing? I think that's his thought right now. He can very quickly calculate everything, and I'm just wondering exactly what's going on.
And look at there's a look of concern in Magnus's face. Do you see it?
Stone cold Magnus Carlsen.
He seems worried.
You think so? This is going to be interesting. But I think that knight e6, I mean, it's forced. Anything else is not even a try for an advantage. There's no...
Fabiano deep in thought, not looking like he's ready to make his move anytime soon. Just double checking some variations, no doubt.
Yeah, and I absolutely think that he had considered knight e6 for a long time before playing bishop a3, because, I mean, the entire point of bishop a3...
What else would he be thinking about? I mean, he's not going to play bishop c1 now.
Right, I mean, the other option is probably to take on f8 immediately, but that doesn't give white anything after bishop f5, I think, is good enough in this position.
Yeah, bishop f5 or...
Bishop f5, pawn takes f5, knight takes f4, and now suddenly I'm attacking this bishop, and this pawn's also hanging. I don't think this is quite enough compensation. Black would probably be not better, but at least quite okay.
So it's almost forced to go.
Right, I think 96 looks forced.
It's forced to play the good moves. That's always nice, right?
It's nice when they make it easy on you. See, he's been given an easy choice. I get all the hard choices. I think this is very dangerous already for Carlsen. I'm not entirely sure what he missed, though. And as Maurice pointed out, this wasn't forced by any stretch of the imagination. He could have played something else.
I think you're right. Maybe that e6 move. That seems plausible.
I think that's what he missed, yes. That after knight e6, knight takes knight takes e6, bishop takes a3, knight takes g7. Do you hear that bishop f8 fails to e6? I think that's the variation that he didn't take into consideration. He just thought that he was maybe winning after bishop f8 or something.
I mean, that makes a lot more sense, yeah.
Right.
And let's see if we did see this, if Magnus was to lose again, what would that mean? He would be in the basement of his hometown tournament as world champion, the inaugural event of the World Chess Tour. That would be crazy.
That would be incredible to see Magnus Carlsen start with 2 losses in an event.
But let's not count him out yet. One of the great defenders.
It's not so much that I'm counting him out as much as I love the way that Caruana exploits positions like this one. So I mean, Caruana's technique here might be good enough to beat an engine.
All right, let's see how it goes. Maurice, what's your prediction?
Well, I'm stunned. I mean, this is incredible that Magnus is in this situation at all. He probably has noticed by now this line. I think that the line, though, that Caruana must be studying is this line involving knight takes on e6, bishop takes e3, knight takes on g7. This position is curious. White is definitely better, but the engines are saying that it's not a straight pawn. And the reason why is it turns out that black does have this move, bishop to f8, but oddly, black has other kinds of strange moves like h5, for example, which looks quite odd. This doesn't really seem to do anything because obviously you can't take with the knight because of this pin on this line. Like knight takes here, suddenly bishop takes, and you're crying. But after h5, white can simply reinforce everything with the move f3. And then now the question is, well, does bishop f8 make a difference in this position? And this is quite complicated, but still the e6 move is quite good. And then after bishop takes, knight takes, notice he's pushed that h5 move, which he couldn't do before. Now, does that really help any after f takes e6? And now the move knight to g3, it looks like it doesn't because this trade just seemingly, well, maybe with the f pawn instead, knight going to e4 anyway, pass pawns. This looks strong, but that's complicated. That's maybe the only setup lines, this kind of variation, that might be holding back Fabiano from running down this line. But we will see that in a moment. On another game that's also just exploded, we didn't get the chance to look at this game between Giri and Anand. Giri decided to play d5. That's not protected at all. You got 2 protectors and 4 attackers. But why did he do that? Because bishop h3 traps the rook. Wins an exchange, but Anand said, yeah, and give me this pawn, please. Bishop takes on d7, and now knight takes on d7. And black is arguing, I have sufficient compensation here. The game continued. Knight d6, bishop to a6. Thank you for the pawn, f6, and now rook to d2. White has got an exchange. And black has a bishop and a pawn for it, but it is this light squared bishop. White has a lot of weak light squares. The engines are saying slightly better for white, but only slightly. Full compensation for black, but white doesn't feel any worse here either. So this one also heating up in interesting fashion as well. But all eyes trained on the game between Carlsen and Caruana. Actually, no, another game has exploded as well. The move D5 has suddenly happened in the game between Topalov and Nakamura. So we're starting to see that third hour kick in and the action really beginning to heat up here in round 2 of Norway Chess 2015.
That's
Guys?
right. Let's take a look at the Nakamura move, D5. That was the weakness on D6.
Yeah,
now,
it's-
exploded with this move, D5. Usually, if we can get in this move comfortably, it's good news. But can he?
Absolutely. It seems like D5 is the move that he wanted to make. He wants to liberate his position. He wants to put the pieces in such a way that they're breathing. And right now, his problems are the knight on E8 and the rook on F8. In order to solve them, he needs to move this knight out of the back rank and then move the rook out of F8. He couldn't do this as long as this pawn on D6 was weak. Therefore, he gets rid of it. He plays the move D5. And I don't quite see anything that will punish the move. Let's see. Let's analyze very briefly. If I take on D5, it seems like I can simply retake it. There seems to be the move Rook D4, but I think I can simply take on E2, so that's not possible. And I don't see any way of
I mean, even if you
punishing.
couldn't, we could play Queen C6 also.
Right. I don't see anything wrong with this for black, and he's only a couple of tempi away from finishing his development. If anything, I don't like the fact that this diagonal is open for some tactical reasons.
Well, if we don't have to take on D5, then maybe we can do something else. As you pointed out, the breaking of the tension, but you are threatening he takes on E4.
Yeah, the threat's real. Taking on E4 would simply leave black in a better position. I mean, it's a pawn after all.
Well, what if we try to insert the in-between move? Yeah. No.
Which in-between move?
I was trying to make knight D4 work, but I think you just simply capture on E4.
Right. The problem with knight D4, pawn takes E4 is that, well, first of all, this rook is hanging on D3, even though you can take on E6 since the queen now would be attacking F8 with the knight.
Right, so I wanted to have one checkmate variation at least.
I'll put it on the board for you. Queen takes D3, queen takes F8, checkmate. But here, after pawn takes E6, it seems like black's doing
Right,
very
so after
well.
knight D4 takes on E4, we would simply have to recapture on E4 ourselves.
But that looks good for black.
Yes. Giving them the option of keeping that bishop on E6 alive.
I like this D5 break. I think it liberates black's position. I don't know if I
Maurice,
see anything
what do
wrong
you
with
think?
it.
I like the break too, and it looks pretty good, except the engine has come up with a completely shocking move. You would not guess this particular move until you analyze very, very deeply, which obviously it did. There is the move here, king to F2. Like, what? Like, exactly, that's what I said. Like, what the? But it's guarding this knight. The critical point is to guard the knight on E2 and let this pawn drop simply and play the move rook to D8. And now, Jen, you're getting a checkmate that you like on the board. If black were to just play takes on F3, all of a sudden, bam, hello, king takes, check, and the game ends in classic style, one for the Reinfeldt books. So now the question is, after king to F2, what do you do? King to F2, a solid waiting move. D takes E4 is being projected as best, rook to D8, and now the move E3. Only move, by the way. Only. Like, are you serious? Move that keeps the balance, E3, and white is to play king takes on E3, followed by check, trading off the queens. Now, how would we assess this position? White has the better king, the possibility of picking this pawn off, but the opposite colored bishop, particularly after knight to c3, leaves an impression that maybe black can equalize this. For example, knight f6 is a move here, allowing any trades to happen, takes, and now king to d4. Hard to believe white will win necessarily, but white clearly has the edge here. But king to f2, very interesting move in the position. I imagine Nakamura will find all these moves, by the way, after king f2. It doesn't seem that hard to find the e3 check, queen b3 idea, although he has to assess that he's not much worse here, worse enough to lose the game. Crazy possibility in the position. First of all, Topalov has to find king f2 in the first place.
It's not exactly the move I would have thought at the beginning. King f2 seems so counterintuitive, bringing the king to the center when the queens are still on the board. But I love the way the engines calculate so swiftly, and they say, well, the queens are coming off anyway. Why not bring the king over into the center?
And we've got an update in the Caruana Carlsen game.
So
the variation that we were talking about with knight takes g7 has occurred on the board. So
Yes.
bishop takes a3.
Bishop takes a3 was played instantly, so we're going to assume that Carlsen didn't even
Saw bishop e7.
Yeah, he didn't really
Yes.
consider f takes e6.
I think that's in Magnus Carlsen when he was 5. You know, he has that app.
You know that play.
Were you playing at different ages?
I don't think it would have played f takes e6 either. So after knight takes g7, we have this position that we were considering with Maurice, and he suggested the move h5, which looks a little strange, but possible, and it challenges white to find a way of making progress, of untangling his knights. At the moment, I do feel like white should be better, but it's not catastrophic, at least yet. I do like Caruana's position, though.
Yeah, great opening preparation and nice follow-up, but Carlsen, of course, finding the road that does not lead to immediate disaster. So this is going to be an exciting contest, and we're going to see it really start to unravel soon. We are going to take a break, and we'll be back for the third hour of this exciting Norway Chess 2015, which is the first stop on the Grand Chess Tour. And welcome back to the 2015 Grand Chess Tour. Here we are, round 2 of Norway Chess 2015. We've got a titanic battle today between Caruana and Carlsen. And so far, Fabiano, who recently switched federations to the U.S., has got the upper hand in that game.
Yes, absolutely. It seems like Carlsen might have missed something. Maybe he misevaluated a position. Something went wrong in the process of the Norwegian, because it's very clear that Caruana is better in this position. He's just clearly better.
That's right, and not a good week so far for Carlsen fans.
No, definitely not a good couple of days. So right now, I guess they're suffering because this seems like torture to play this kind of positions with the knight coming to e4 and becoming such a monster, and with the very limited amount of counterplay that black can generate from this position. It seems very unpleasant to play. Now, we're not saying that Carlsen is by any means lost. There's still a lot of work to do here for Fabiano Caruana if he wants to take the full point. But I think if he plays with the technical precision that he can play with when he's in his top shape, he can do it. This is a position that is very pleasant to play with for white.
That's right. I can imagine our commentator in Norway, Yasser Seirawan, is particularly salivating over this position. He loves putting the positional screws on people, and I wouldn't even be surprised if he thought white was strategically winning here.
Strategically winning is a strong word, but I think it's applicable to this position. I think that you're absolutely correct. Strategically winning is very close. It's just very close. Magnus is going to have huge problems with the pawns marching forward on the king side. I just don't see how to stop them.
So very tough task for Magnus, and a character test as chess often is. You know, he's got this brutal start to the tournament where he loses on time in a position that he fought so hard to gain the win, and now suffering against one of the best players in the world, number 2 in the FIDE rankings. Now he slipped to number 3 because of Hikaru's win yesterday. But world number 2, he's up against it.
Yes. And let's take a look at a couple of other games that we should see. There has been a lot of action in the Giri versus Anand game. And we saw that here, Giri managed to win an exchange with this clever move d5, pawn takes d5, and bishop h3, trapping, unusually, the rook on d7. However, Anand said, I don't care, I have enough compensation for this based on the power of this strong light squared bishop and the weakness of white's light squares everywhere on the board. After knight takes d7, I want to point out to fans that are watching that almost always you want to keep a rook when you're down the exchange. Like your last remaining rook, you want to keep it. And you see how Anand doesn't trade rooks in this position? Even though knight takes d7 makes this rook look a little awkward, you'll see how he doesn't actually trade pieces, and he wants to keep his rook alive. After knight d6, bishop a6 was played, and I think here Anand switched around his compensation a little bit. Instead of playing for the weak light squares, he decided to push his pawns on the queen side. Notice how powerful these two passed pawns are going to become in the very near future. There's just nothing that white can do to stop them. This bishop on b2 is not well placed to do so. The knight on f3 also a little bit far away from the action. So here after rook c1, b5, the trade, bishop a3 and king f7, Giri had enough of these pawns. He said, okay, let's get rid of them. Took on d7, sacrifices exchange back, rook takes d7, bishop takes c5, and these exchanges lead me to think that the game is headed towards a draw. There are still a couple of dynamic factors that don't make it completely equal. For example, that this pawn is passed. Although on the other hand, you could claim that the pawn is weak. The game continued knight e5, knight takes e5 check, pawn takes e5, and after bishop takes e7, Anand took with the king. Now, the obvious question becomes, can Giri play rook c5 for king, the rook, the pawn on e5 and the pawn on b5? But I'm not so sure that he actually wants to do this.
Rook b7, just getting that rook behind the pass pawn, which is what we're trying to do in rook endgames.
Exactly. In most endgames, not all of them, but in most endgames, you want to put the rook behind the pawn to support it, so that every time it moves forward, your rook gains strength.
And the problem here is that white's rook will actually be quite awkward after snapping on e5.
Very good point. Without this pawn, maybe the rook could retreat to a good square, but here it just seems like the rook's a little too far away. It has to make this awkward maneuvers to go back, but it just seems like the power of this king and this rook are way too much for a rook on d1 that's
Yeah, that's right. We
powerless.
talked about this a little bit yesterday with our many queen endgames, that
Exactly.
it's not the number of pawns, it's the quality of the pawns.
Quality of the pawns.
Here we see a fine example of that. And we've got Maurice Ashley with some news on the Nakamura game. Oh, I think so.
Yes, indeed. This game proceeded with Vasily Topalov showing why he is one of the finest players of the last 20 years. He did find this spectacular move that just simply would not have occurred to many humans. This move, king to f2, but this guy is such a beast. He found the consolidating move, allowing the capture on e4. Now, taking on e4 was actually the best move, but Nakamura was so shocked by this, he played the retreat queen c6. Not the most accurate move in this position. And now Topalov continuing with force, knight to d4, and the engines are really liking his position. Now he is attacking the queen. The pieces are starting to grow. The key thing here is this. I'll just make a move to show you. Queen c4. There are other queen moves to make. They won't matter because white's plan is to play this move. e5. Change the whole formation. Make sure the break never happens. Keep the blockade alive and control all the space. But the argument would be, well, don't you just let this knight into the game? That seems quite good. Well, actually, this move is a stone-cold blunder because of this sweet retreating move. Bishop back to e3. You got to guard your knight before you play for rook c3, attacking this knight. And take a look at this piece. It is totally dominated. There's nowhere for it to go. a8, please, get out of here. e8, that's just garbage, what you just did. And also, rook c3 is threatening to trap the queen. The queen will go down in this line. The only move is rook to c8. This loses as well to rook c3. Not the best because of knight b5, a crazy little tactic to try to get some energy here. The knight is attacking the queen. all right, we could analyze that. It's still better for white, but we don't want to look at that line. Instead of doing that, after rook to c8, white can play the ultra deep rook back to d1. I mean, we are in engine heaven here. This kind of move, rook d1. Now he turns to play rook c3, so that knight b5 does not have the same effect of attacking a rook on c3. And this is just a terrible lineup on the c file. Black is totally busted. I continued analyzing this. a5 is the only way to save the queen. And then after this trade, queen takes, pawn takes, and now knight to c6 with the threat of knight e7, king f8. Give me that pawn. You're still pinned. I'm pushing this guy down the board. It'll make it as far as a7. You're just totally toast here. So this move, knight to d4, and in fact, Nakamura has played his queen back to c4. It did proceed this way. If the move e5 is now placed on the board, e5, he will not have a way to untangle very easily, the best move being bishop to d7, but he can't like that position, especially bishop to d7, bishop to e3, guarding this knight, preparing rook here, and not allowing black to untangle it all. White has a huge edge all of a sudden, having found the move king f2, and now knight d4. Nakamura in deep trouble in this game. Guys?
Well, some really astonishing play there in the dark squares.
Oh, king f2 is absolutely wonderful. What a way of playing, bringing the king forward, defending the knight. Nakamura not reacting in the best way, and it seems like indeed he is in quite a bit of trouble. I think the strategical advantages of the position are very serious, but more than that, it's how easy it is to find moves for white.
E5 and bishop b3 just comes to
be
mind.
played. Bishop b3 begs to be played. Rook c3 begs to be played.
Well, and that's why e5 and bishop b3 beg to be played, because we instantly see that this queen on c4 is bereft of squares.
Absolutely. So
I think the difficult move, a lot of players would find, as you mentioned, e5 and bishop b3. Of course, the difficult one is king f2.
Right.
The prelude.
The prelude was the hard part. He got through that, and I think his advantage is very, very serious. I think Nakamura would love to swap around pieces, have the knight on e6 where it belongs, but that's not going to be easy to get that knight on e8 all the way to e6. We'll see how he tries to defend.
And look at the intensity on this board. It's like, not like the relaxed cool of Caruana versus Carlsen. Here it feels like we've got just like liters of energy. Lots of calories being burned on this board.
Now Nakamura, we have to point out, he also doesn't have that much time. He has 20 minutes and 31 seconds to make 13 moves. It's not a deep time pressure, but when you have such an unpleasant position, sometimes it becomes hard to find moves, and you don't want to play anything because everything's uncomfortable. And it becomes difficult on the clock. So I'm a little worried about his time situation right now, as well as his position.
Well, Bishop, and this is incredible, because if Topalov were to win this game, he would have 2 points. Of course, the first point being a shocker, but the scoreboard is a scoreboard. So that's what he'd have.
I mean, at the end of the day, the scoreboard doesn't care how you got there. A point is a point, and Topalov seems to be putting himself in good position to go 2-0 to start the tournament.
And certainly Topalov didn't do anything wrong in the game against Carlsen himself.
Well, yeah, of course.
I mean, there are some grayer situations where you could say, oh, he could have contested the result, but this is no gray area.
No,
the arbiter
absolutely.
says the game is over, the game is over. Even if Topalov had said, no, give him a break, that wouldn't have changed anything.
To our viewers in the U.S., there are some different rules with the USCF chess where the arbiter doesn't necessarily call flag, but in FIDE rules, if a arbiter sees that there is no more time for one of the players, he can intervene and end the game immediately, and that's usually what happens.
And that is what happened yesterday. Maurice, your thoughts?
Well, games are really heating up. Nakamura in deep trouble in that game. E5 is almost going to seal the deal. Okay, a bit too early to say, but E5 will give a huge edge. But also, look at Magnus Carlsen's game. He just played the move rook to f7, which is a surprising move. And the engines are saying, not surprising, terrible. Rook to f7 allows this move, rook to f3, going into an endgame closer and closer to that desired pawn majority, where if the rooks are off the board, then white just marches up the board with his pieces, his pawns, and suddenly, how does black defend? Black is going to be in deep trouble trying to deal with this majority and his weak pawns. So this move, rook to f3, looks like virtually a killer. If he plays it, Magnus will be in a lot of trouble in this game. Another game to look at, by the way, is the game with Anand. Anand seems to be trying to squeeze some blood from a stone here. He's just played the move e5, shutting down this formation, trying to use his b pawn to effect. But one game I'd like us to pay attention to as well, guys, is this one, Grischuk versus Aronian. Not because the position is so exciting, because it really is, it's just starting to develop. It's move 16, and that's the point. Grischuk with 30 minutes on the clock, Aronian with 45. We saw Grischuk with over an hour when we last looked. I think he had an hour and a half when we last looked. Now he's down to 30 minutes, and he and Aronian with 24 moves to go before making time control. This was going to go crazy as well if things stay true to form. So the games are really starting to heat up now here in this round 2. Guys?
Especially in this Grischuk game against Aronian, which we see Aronian thinking in, we have a couple of interesting issues, and it's the fact that things could go wrong for either side very quickly. Imagine that we play the move e4, and suddenly we have ideas of bishop takes h2, knight takes f2, you want to take this knight and go queen h4, but wait, after e4, you're actually opening up the diagonals for white's bishops. Bishop takes g7 is a problem. So we cannot play bishop e4 immediately. The question becomes, is there any way we can prepare our move e4 and then try to sacrifice the pawn, blast open the diagonals, and seek some kind of activity against the king? And I have the feeling that here Aronian is thinking along those lines to see if we could actually open up diagonals. And it's not entirely clear how he's going to do it, but definitely the tension is there. It's mounting.
That's right. So this game looking to explode on us. Meanwhile, the Giri Anand game looks headed towards the drawish area.
It does seem like the drawish area, but I think Giri has to be a little careful. The rook endgame is starting to become uncomfortable because this pawn, I mean, it's dangerous. On the other hand, material is very reduced, and I think that, Giri should hold it. It should end in a draw.
And meanwhile, any updates on Caruana Carlsen, our big epic battle of the day between world number 1 and 2? We mentioned posting that knight on e4, but interestingly, although the e4 square looks so visual, Caruana has chosen the h5 square instead.
It's a little strange to me to put the knight on h5, not as natural, but it has some interesting points. The first is that he's trying to force the pawn push f4.
That's right, so h5 guards f4.
Right, and then he wants to run his king to e4. Maybe then he'll relocate the knight somewhere else. He thinks the e4 square probably belongs to the king, and therefore he's leaving it vacant for now. I did like Maurice's idea of playing rook f3, although in that variation I didn't quite understand why the rook goes to f3 if Magnus Carlsen decides he doesn't want to trade the rooks and moves the rook away to h7, which is what I would have expected him to do instead of trading rooks.
Well, I like this a lot because I think the key here is that what you mentioned, Alejandro, it's not about where to put the knight. It's about where to put the knight and where to put the king. And when we put the knight on e4, we're leaving our king a little bit at bay because we can't actually go to h5 with the king. Right?
Absolutely.
The bishop on e7 protects the h4 square, whereas the reverse is not true. We can get both of these pieces in these nice squares.
It's a very good point. It's not enough to have one good piece. You have to have a good chess position. And for a good chess position to occur, you have to have all of your pieces playing in as good of squares as they can have.
Now, some prophylaxis for Magnus. He's played bishop to d6, just trying to stop the move f4. But does it stop the move f4? Because f4, bishop takes, rook f3 would lead to e5, and that seems quite fine for black. So
yeah, I don't think there's
we can't play f4 right away, but can we arrange it?
Well, it's going to be up to Caruana to figure out. I still like the move rook f3 in this position.
Of course, we can still play that move.
Because of the move bishop d6, once I play rook f3, the rook on the f file has more things to do. Now if the rook moves anywhere else, I can play rook f6, now that this position on f6 is not guarded. And this looks pretty dangerous, I think, for
And you
Carlsen.
think the rook trade would just be busto?
I think the trade is just resigns. I don't see how you can possibly think that after rook f3 you can hold the endgame.
Right. I mean, the problem is your pawns are just Swiss cheese, and rooks in general in endgames tend to lend themselves to more drawish chances.
It definitely gives more drawish chances, and I think that if Carlsen thinks that his best chance is in the bishop versus knight endgame, then something really went wrong. But I don't see how you can hold that. I mean, there's too many pawns on the king side, and there's absolutely no counterplay on the queen side whatsoever because of the double pawns.
Hey, I love Fabiano's technique. I think he's taking this down.
Yeah, I agree. I agree completely.
It's looking better and better because we were looking at 94. We were like, yeah, Fabi's doing great. Maybe Magnus will defend, maybe not. But like this plan just looks even better.
Oh, this looks really, really good.
Crushing. Maurice, what are your thoughts?
He did play Rook F3.
Yeah, tremendous position brewing there. Carlsen in real trouble. The Norwegian fans have got to be concerned because it looks as though Fabiano is coasting slowly but surely, grinding his way to a much better position and potential victory in that contest. I did want to go back to the game between Nakamura and Topalov. That game also pretty hot right now because of the tournament standings. Both of them are leading the event. And both of them with victories. We see Giri's game, it looks like he's not going to win. And Vachier-Lagrave's game, he looks to be in trouble as well. So this game between these two players could actually decide who is today's leader after today's round. But there's something tricky here that is a problem. E5 can be played, should be played, best move, gives a real edge. But there is this problem, bishop to d7. I mentioned this move before, and I bypassed the move bishop to e3, saying really strong position for white. The more I looked at it, however, I realized there was one trick that you have to study. The pawn on a4 is indeed hanging. So if the pawn is hanging, and so if we go back here and say, let's defend the pawn, a natural move, suddenly the knight drops onto c7 and black's pieces flow out quickly along the transit point on b5. That's a big deal. So Topalov will have to calculate something also extremely difficult, that bishop to e3, playing bishop to e3 is just fine. After queen takes on a4, bishop takes, and now rook to a3. And now this is a position he will have to assess. This bishop cannot just simply drop back to b5 because after knight takes b5, pawn takes, bishop to c5, and the rook is trapped. So that's tactic number one to study. But the next question is, after the move bishop to d7, so we see this move, rook to a3, bishop to d7, rook takes a6. Is this position enough? Now, according to the engines, it's better for white, but not totally crushing. And that may be a problem. It's not quite a pawn. Now, a move like knight to c7, and now rook to d6. And here, black has to defend a bit carefully, but it's starting to look to be like this one is okay enough for black to survive if he plays great moves. First of all, he can always ditch this pawn. So if he could somehow arrange to trade off knights, he'll end up in a bishop of opposite color position, down a pawn, but not losing. So I think this line after e5 is going to concern Topalov. He's going to think maybe this move bishop to d7 is too much and it's causing too many trades, in which case black will be safe and the game will go towards a draw. Guys?
Yeah, definitely a difficult situation here for Nakamura, but I think, as you pointed out, that if he finds enough good moves, he can still hold the draw, even though it will be an unpleasant position to hold it in. In the long run, it does seem closer to a draw than to a win. But we'll see. Topalov will have plenty of opportunity to torture his opponent.
And we've got some movement in the Caruana Carlsen game. So after rook to f3, Magnus declined the trade with rook h7, and then Fabiano put his rook to e3. So tinkering with his rook here.
Well, I think that this is it's a very good timing because, of course, king d7 is not playable due to the fork on f6. So instead,
and now we get to play f4, which
Carlsen
is cool.
decided that he wants to play rook e7 in order to defend the pawn.
And finally, we can play f4, which is what we've been angling for the last few moves, right?
Yeah, and this pawn...
We couldn't play it earlier because you had the rook and the bishop on it. And
That's
we couldn't
correct.
play it last move because our rook was in the way.
Very clever way of distracting the rook, forcing it to go to e7, a much worse position. And this pawn, I think, is going this way. And
You think this is kaput?
I think
It looks like Maurice is strangling himself. I mean, I'm sure a lot of Norwegian fans, not to mention Magnus's fans all over the world, are
this looks
in shock.
it's completely weird.
This is going to be a 0-2 start for our world champion.
Yeah.
How often is that?
Can you imagine? Norway Chess 2015, the kickoff to the Grand Chess Tour, the wonderkin, the clear consensus best player in the world without any question whatsoever. Magnus Carlsen, we all know it to be true. starting off like this, the shocker from yesterday, absolute once-in-a-lifetime event occurring the way he lost anyway, even as we reference other possibilities of people losing on time, it was never quite like this guy did. And now this position being squeezed by the number 2 player in the world. He's got a horrible position. He knows it. He knows if he were standing on the white side, you'd just say, Magnus, done, game over, forget it, whoever he was playing against. Now he's playing against someone who has defeated him before, who's shown that he can take him down, and Caruana playing magnificently, precisely, getting this position after 96. And now it just looks to all right. It's like Magnus is going to go down 0-2 and be in the cellar. He might actually be in sole last if Hammer is able to draw his game. There are actually quite a few games with zeros. Let's not speak on that one yet, but he certainly could go down 0-2 and be just shut out of the tournament early. It'd be hard to imagine him winning all those games to be able to actually win this tournament. So a tough situation Magnus Carlsen finds himself in, to be sure, here in round 2.
Oh, poor Magnus. I think we saw a little bit of emotion right there. He's stretching back in his chair. He doesn't look so happy.
No,
I gotta say, he doesn't show a lot of emotion, but right now.
How can you not in this position? It's torture. It's one of those positions that you have to clamp down, defend. But man, this is tough. The position is so unpleasant, and it's so easy to play for white, so difficult to play for black. You still have to defend it somehow. This is not the situation he wants to be. He's basically reliving that Berlin position that he lost against Caruana and Shamkir a couple of years ago, and this is
reminding himself.
Exactly.
Pick something else against this guy.
Yeah, I don't think that Berlin is his cup of tea, but Caruana is just so good in these positions. And the rest?
And what do you mean by in these types of positions? Is it the end game? It's the preparation, I know that.
No,
So he gains an edge on time in the preparation and also on the position. But then beyond that, what is it about the Berlin structure that suits Caruana?
I don't know. I think he just has some chemistry with it, some kind of love relationship with the Berlin, where he understands perfectly where the pieces go, and it seems unnatural to me sometimes, the way that he plays, and the more analysis you make on it, it's just that, yeah, that was the correct move. That was the move that had to be played in that position.
And a lot of tactics, too. I mean, even though it's an endgame, remember that the Berlin has all the major pieces, I mean, besides the queens, and there is still tactics on the loop, like when we saw this bishop e7 blow that came from nowhere.
Absolutely, there's always tactics, and it's clear that Carlsen missed something, because, I mean, this position is not so difficult to evaluate as being really, really bad. So he didn't go into this purposefully, but it's hard to imagine.
I'm still betting on your e6 idea. I know Maurice thinks that maybe it was just bishop e7. But maybe we'll find out, because as we know, Magnus Carlsen, a great sports person, even if he loses, is forthcoming.
On the good news for the Norwegians, if they want to start rooting for somebody else, they can look at John Ludwig Hammer. And those are bad fans. You lose 2 games and they're done. But he seems to be having a good position against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. And this is actually really nice. It's one of those positions in which white has an edge, and he can press on for quite a while with almost no risk. We see here that because this pawn rammed forward h4, h5, that black's king position might be a little bit loose, might be weakened.
Note that this was 5 moves ago, and theme of this round is not releasing the tension too early.
Exactly.
So for those of you at home, Hammer played h5, but he didn't play h takes g6 yet. And
there was no reason to do so, and as we've been talking about and you pointed out, yes, absolutely, maintain that tension. So here I think Maxime has to recover his rook. There's some kind of threat with making a pass-protected pawn. So Hammer took on c4. I expect that this pawn has to be taken as well. And I like the idea of putting a centralized knight, not a knight, a queen, on e4 and start pressuring the pawn on g6. I just think this is quite nice for
yeah, there are some potential threats that will come into the game. And then we just have to figure out how to develop our rook and f1.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, as soon as if the rook for some reason joins the fray and gets to the 7th rank, it does seem like this is very, very dangerous for the French player.
Yeah, and the problem for black is that our rook in f8, we really can't move it because it's protecting the pawn on f7.
Right, and even if you could move it, I don't see anything it would do to coordinate it with the pieces. I think that black is not the side that's attacking the king side, so it wouldn't have that many targets. Passive defense here is a little uncomfortable, but I don't see what else to do. Another good point about Hammer's position is that this pawn has a freer access to the d7 square than this pawn has to d2. So actually, Hammer did play the move d6 immediately, which allows him to play d7 next move, already supported by the bishop. Whereas this pawn cannot go to d3, followed by d2, because it just dies to rook d1. Therefore, MVL has to be very patient in advancing this pawn, and it's clear that he is the one playing to try to draw this uncomfortable position.
We haven't moved from Magnus Carlsen.
I don't think that helps him at all. It's more of a passing move than anything else.
But passing's not going to be enough here.
That's not going to be enough, but the problem with this position is that what can you do? If you don't pass, are you trying to do something active? Do you want to play b5 and destroy your position?
Make things even worse, huh? So you just think passing rather than resigning and just hope that Fabiano's technique leaves something to be desired.
He's not going to resign just yet, but this looks really bad. I don't even know what bishop a3 does. He wants maybe to go to b2 and control the long diagonal. Maybe that's the idea. Put this bishop here and control these squares, so maybe the knight doesn't feel so comfortable. It also allows the bishop to catch a pawn that would march forward on the g file. So I guess it's not that much of a passing move. It does have some ideas in that the bishop can regroup onto b2.
And you always got to watch out for f5 when you move that bishop away.
This position is just horrible. And king f3 was played, and I mean, this is close to winning.
Yeah, we just need to get that king into the game. We've been talking about that. It's 3 versus 1. Really.
Bishop b2 was played almost instantly after king f3.
And Maurice, any prayer left for our world champion?
None at all, really. He looks completely busted. G5 after this move, bishop to a3, was totally winning. He did not have to play the quiet king f3, but the quiet king f3 is also winning. He has all kinds of threats with f5, g5. He really has his options. As a matter of fact, right now after bishop to b2, it looks like f5 is just winning this pawn cold, because king to d7 runs into f6, and it's starting to look like he's got real problems here after this check. This pawn is, well, let me just go with the analysis. If king to e8, this is looking like, really? Do we see mates like this every day? Kind of crazy. And so that means after rook d3 check, you have to leave the sector, but that allows king to e4, and now you cannot touch this pawn because of the move rook to f3. So f5 is also a winning line. That's just computer academics, though, because g5, h4, g5, any combination of pawn moves is simply crushing. Magnus Carlsen is going down in this game, 99% sure that this game will result in a loss for him, and he's trying to look extremely relaxed there, but I'm sure his fans are not relaxed at all watching their #1 player go down 0-2. That's unimaginable from the beginning of this tournament, to think that Magnus Carlsen would be 0-2 after 2 rounds in this tournament.
Yes. A hero going down. Meanwhile, Fabiano Caruana looking for the most precise way to finish this.
He has so many options right now. He's probably making sure that f5 works. He's trying to figure out if he really needs to think about that, or if he can just play it slow, quietly, play something like king e4, h4, g5, and just play solid, slow. There's no reason to hurry. Or if he feels like calculating that f5 kind of crazy line that Maurice was showing us, because f5 is a little committal. If this variation doesn't work, then suddenly you're giving black some hope. But this apparently does work. So both the quiet f5, the quiet approach or f5 will win. He decided to go for rook e2, simply making some moves. And I cannot disagree with this idea of just making some kind of random moves in the next couple of bouts, because
yeah, get a little closer to the time control, right?
Get to move 40 first, and then figure it out. He has 16 minutes, which is plenty to make several moves, but why not give yourself another hour? It's not like Carlsen is going to do anything in this position.
Now, let's find out how Yasser feels about today's events. I said that I thought he'd particularly be salivating over this Caruana game. What do you think, Yasser?
Hello, St. Louis. I'm sure you guys are having a great show. And why am I sure? Because of the players have come to play. Round one could best be described as 3 wins, 1 draw, and 1 loss. Well, here we are in round 2, and I can tell you if we were in a chapel, folks would be burning candles, because there is a great nervousness going on that Fabiano Caruana is going to drag Magnus down to his second defeat. The position has become very technical, which is in Fabiano's favor, and he has a huge advantage, all kinds of positional advantages in White's favor. Magnus is going to be desperately clinging on to a draw. In the other games, Levon Aronian very creatively, I think, has put pressure on Grishuk. Veselin Topalov has been putting pressure on Hikaru Nakamura, and an absolutely brilliant exchange sacrifice by Vichy Anand has given him, in my opinion, a much superior ending. So we're seeing the players come to play. It's been great chess, and again, the mood here in Norway, somber. Folks here are really worried that Magnus is going down to a second defeat. A lot of excitement ahead in Game 2 in this, the first Grand Chess Tournament competitions. Hope you're enjoying it. Back to you, St. Louis.
Well, speaking of the pressure being put on players, I actually do like Topalov's approach to the position. I thought the way he handled it seemed even superior to the one the computer wanted to play. If we can take a quick look at that position. After we left it off, here the most obvious move was this e5 idea, right? Closing down the position, but we had to calculate accurately this bishop d7 move, which would attack the a4 pawn. Instead, Topalov played completely riskless with pawn takes d5, and now I think there's a couple of things wrong with taking with the bishop and allowing knight f5. That looks pretty crushing to me, as knight e7 check would be in the air. And instead, queen takes d5 was played, but after knight takes e6, queen takes e6, queen b3, we still have a very unpleasant endgame for Hikaru, as this knight on e8 is still not part of the game, and even if it was, the bishop is just superior by definition to the knight in a position that is so wide open. I don't know. I think Topalov, I like his approach.
Do you? But you didn't think the other one seemed even more dangerous.
I think this one, from a practical point of view, is more dangerous than the other one, because in the other one maybe you won a pawn, but Hikaru's move suddenly became obvious and you were just defending one side of the board. Here you have more things to worry about. It's very easy to lose this endgame. You cannot hold the position if a6 falls. So you have to keep it alive, but it's not so clear how you're going to do it.
And the pawns have started rolling in the in Caruana's game.
Yeah, okay, this is winning.
So you were mentioning that he might wait till move 40 to start steamrolling the pawns and
he'll wait until move 40 to make something committal. Pushing the pawn to g5 is something that's going to happen sooner or later, unless f5 is played. But f5 is the type of committal move that looks strange and has to work tactically. So I don't think he was going to do that until move 40. Playing g5 is just part of the idea.
With no risk, basically, is the idea.
Exactly. So this still looks great for Caruana.
How many more moves do you give it? Do you think we're going to make the time control? But after that,
that will definitely make the time control.
It might not last that long. If Carlsen doesn't see any counterplay.
Yeah, but he won't resign, I don't think. Well, we'll see. It's a very bad position.
Not yet, but this game might not be long for our world.
Fair enough.
Maurice?
It's bad. It's really bad. It's 2 passed pawns, it looks like, because the h-pawn is coming up, and he's going to take with the f-pawn on g5. So it's really very much close to his resigning. If he did resign, by the way, we wouldn't be totally shocked. Let's put it that way. But I think he'll keep playing for a little while until it becomes absolutely clear that a pawn is going to become a queen, because it still has to cross that g7 square right now. But I'd like to also point something else out. This, I agree with you, Alejandro. That other line with e5, getting to that endgame, may have been superior from a computer point of view, but from a human point of view, this is probably the more practical approach. not necessarily the most accurate move. And by the way, still okay for black now. This trade on d5 was not the best move, liquidated a lot of the tension, but he better defend accurately, because if he drops that a-pawn, he is going to lose the game. So look at the very few pieces on the board here. We saw the Carlsen game, the very few pieces here. We see the full end game, only rooks on the board here. Here, only bishops and rooks, the game between Hammer and Vachier-Lagrave. I should point out this one is between Giri and Anand, and Anand trying to win. Everything off the board. We're in full throttle end game in every game. In fact, in 3 of the games, there are no queens, and the only game where there is a queen is this one. Queens might come off. How about this game? Only one pair of pieces traded off for the whole game so far. They're on move 16. Now Grishuk is at 24 minutes. Varonian is at 32 minutes. It's like these guys somehow showed up late while everybody else started long before they did. And they maybe showed up 2 hours late, in fact, and are now in this opening position. They have to make 24 more moves. And Grishuk has been thinking about 10 minutes after this move G6. This is crazy, horrible time management. And Aronian, who's down to 32 minutes, is not even at the board. I mean, what are these guys thinking? This is absolutely insane. And these two have not been playing really well, so maybe this is a reason why. But really incredible situation. You look at all the 4 games, and these guys still have almost everything left on the chessboard. Pretty wild development. We'll see what happens in about half an hour. They'll probably make another 2 moves.
Well, that'll be a treat for us, because just when everything else is over or made time control, that one will be explosive and crazy intense. Now,
and it's
I really like
explosive really soon. I was analyzing this position a little more since Yasser said something about Aronian putting pressure on Grishuk, and I was like, wow, how did he do that? And I really like this idea of playing g6, kicking out this knight on f5. And actually, there's some real problems on the king side. It doesn't seem like there's any reason for Grishuk to be taking this long. But when you start analyzing things like, for example, knight retreating to g3, ideas of queen h4, suddenly I'm attacking h2. And here maybe I can even sacrifice the knight on f2. And after king takes f2, I don't know, play the quiet move king g8. Idea of e4. Liberating the bishop on c7. Does this work? I have no idea. But it's something that Grishuk really needs to think about before he goes into this kind of variations.
And f5 is up in the air in these variations as well. Just trying to crank open the f-file with f4.
Right, there's some real pressure here on Grishuk's position. I'm not very fond of it, and I'm not so sure how he's going to get out of it.
Brutal. Let's watch the carnage. Caruana versus Carlsen. I like Caruana's last couple moves. Like we had talked about earlier about how knight e4 seemed like such a visual square, but h5 was more effective because it allowed his king to get to e4. Now he's doing the opposite. King's going to be coming to h5. Knight's going to be coming to e4.
Yeah, I think definitely that was because he was able to get f4 and g5 in, which was it was just key.
And that blocks out the bishop on e7, which was before defending those key squares.
Exactly. He's still doing an excellent job of controlling the bishop on c3, which doesn't have a lot of life. He's going to push his pawn on the h-file at some point, and he's just doing a magnificent job of. And I think Maurice has more analysis of this position.
You know how terrible we chess players are, right? We're like sadists. Like we love it when the car crashes. You get to come over and look, and how bad is the guy bleeding? And start looking at each other. It's terrible, I know, but it's the truth. So I'm looking at this position and trying to figure out how many ways is Caruana winning. So you start analyzing lines and take a look at this line: knight e4. Bishop has to deal with the threat of knight c5 check. All right, be careful, because if you move your bishop to the d file, you're going to get pinned. Don't do anything silly like that, because all of a sudden it's like, okay, I'll defend my guy. Sorry, no, you won't. So knight e4, bishop to b4, and now g6. And this pawn is threatening to go down the board. The king is going to follow, and it's just going to be a queen because this fork. So bishop f8 is a computer move here to defend. And now this variation, take a look at this. Knight f6 check, king to e7. Why is your knight here? Because I dare you to touch it. Well, what if I take it? Thanks for your pawn. I have 2 connected pass pawn. Your king has to go to g7. And now king h5. And look at how miserable black's position looks. The threat is already f6 and rook to e8, and you're totally frozen in the position. Let's say we just make a random move like this one, and then check, king back, and then rook to e8. and how much more tied up hand and foot could black be? Completely ridiculous. Of course, G7 is coming, and that's going to be all she wrote. Just a dominating position. That means anything and everything wins. Caruana certainly relishing this opportunity to defeat the world champion in this style and put him down to 0-2. And also, of course, Caruana leapfrogging, because it looks like everyone who won yesterday, it looks like nobody's winning. Maybe Topalov. Maybe he might pull it off against Nakamura, but that game is very close to a draw. So Caruana putting himself back in a good situation, maybe even tie for first at the end of this round. Guys?
Yeah, definitely difficult positions all around for players that won yesterday, except for Topalov. We see that Giri is under some pressure from Anand, and even though he had white today. So we're going to have to see how the battles continue. Nakamura allowed the move queen takes e6. So he played knight f6, allowed the queen trade, and now this looks really ugly, but the idea is that he wants to bring a knight on to the d5 square in order to have at least some kind of control of the position. The question, of course, becomes what happens if rook d6, attacking the pawns on e6 and a6. And here it's not so easy to answer. The move knight e8 is slightly undesirable, but would fix some problems. The rook obviously cannot take either of the pawns because this rook comes and takes the bishop.
We
so
could
instead,
take e6 and then take on e8.
well, yeah, let me explain that point. Oh, no, you can actually do this. Then takes. I forgot that here, very importantly, white does have the move rook e4, defending the pawn on this file. So this looks very unpleasant. I don't think you want to play down a pawn. But what else can you do in this position? You could play the move knight g4 check, since after pawn takes, rook takes f4 is again check, and I take on a4. But I would be slightly worried about simply the move king g3, attacking the knight on g4, defending the bishop on f4, and everything seems to be hanging in this position.
Yeah, unless we can fit an e5 here.
Right, but I don't think e5 would make any difference after I simply move the bishop away. The knight retreats, has to retreat.
Yeah, and then
I take on a6.
And we don't get enough counterplay with e4 there.
Right. So I'm not so sure what the plan is here after rook d6. I mean, after knight e4, again, I can go pawn takes e4. And the difference is that here after king e3, I seem to be defending everything again. a6 seems to be the weakness. I'm not so sure actually what you play against rook d6. Knight d5 might be an idea, but I think I simply retreat the bishop.
So looking pretty hot for Vasyl and Topalov. We've got another day where white seems to be cruising.
Definitely showing that pressure from move one. And definitely some problems here for the players with the black pieces on most games, but not all of them. There are a couple of black positions which I like.
Well, Anand's a little bit better, right?
Anand's a little bit better,
Giri's
and
kind
I
of struggling
definitely
for the draw
like
there.
an Aronian's position I really like.
But overall, we're seeing a lot of decisive results. First round, 4 out of 5. I mean, that's unusual in an elite tournament. And I think today we're going to see more of that.
That's almost unheard of, that you have 2 rounds in a row where you could potentially go 4 games out of 5 being decisive.
Pure coincidence or the excitement of the Grand Chess Tour?
Obviously, the excitement of the Grand Chess Tour. I mean, there is nothing.
I knew you were going to say that. And we are going to take a quick break as the excitement continues.
Where is Hammer's position?
I'm Mike Matheny, manager of the Cardinals and chess fanatic. At the world-renowned chess club and scholastic center of St. Louis, across from the World Chess Hall of Fame, St. Louis' status as the chess capital of the nation is on full display. With a welcoming environment and scholastic outreach program that works with over 100 schools, our goal is to teach, play, and promote the sport. So whether you've played for years or never before, we invite you to experience all chess has to offer.
could fly to Venice or Paris or even Copenhagen. You could fly all over the world. But why? When you could just come to St. Louis. Your trip begins at ExploreSt.Louis.com.
Hello and welcome back to the World Chess Tour, Grand Chess Tour. We got Norway Chess 2015 World Chess Champion Magnus Carlsen not at the chair anymore because we passed 40 moves and he is suffering. Making the 40 moves will offer no relief to him today.
No, not today. And Caruana keeps rolling those pawns forward. H5 has been played. G6 has been played.
This was inevitable, right? I mean, there was nothing Magnus could have done to stop this.
No, he played the move Rook G8 in this position, but I mean, it's basically one of those situations where every move wins. You're just kind of thinking of what's the easiest way of breaking down the blockade that black currently has in the dark squares. I think, to be fair, this is as good as it got for Carlsen, considering how far advanced the pawns are. But still, I don't think he has any real hope of defending this position. Among easy plans that I can think of, just retreating the king from g4 and then playing f5 at some point seems pretty good to me. But that cannot be the
again,
only
those rook trades will always be the end of the story.
Yeah, I also wonder if he could win right away by playing f5, taking and taking one with the king. That should be good enough, but there'll be a little bit of calculation to be done there.
Maurice, what do you think? How will this car crash end?
Well, now it's kind of a slow crash. Well, it's clearly going to be over, but before, I think he should not have put the pawn on h5, my opinion, because he had to play g6 anyway, so I'm a bit surprised that he put the pawn on h5. I think he wanted to make sure that Carlsen couldn't put a pawn on h5, and which is why he didn't move his knight away, but I think that's too fine a point. He's making this a little bit tougher than necessary, but it's over. Protected pass pawn on g6, that's a piece, no question about it, and no counterplay at all on the other side of the board. However, this position is interesting. Why? Grischuk has 13 minutes left now, 13 minutes left to make 23 moves. Aronian with 25 minutes, and in this position, Aronian decided after Grischuk played the move f3 to sacrifice on h2. So quickly, this game has just reached a boiling point. How is it possible that no one is at the board? Like, where are these guys? Do they realize they started a fire and they left? I mean, unbelievable that this position is on this chessboard and nobody sitting there to look at it. That's just shocking. I'm sorry. King takes h2, G takes f5, and now bishop takes f5 is on the board. And we are anticipating that black can play check and king back. But according to the engines, black has to play rook g8 and allow this pawn structure. That's not the greatest in the world, and white does have some play against the pawn. The move d3 comes to mind, guarding the second rank. And black is not mating white in any way, shape, or form, so this sacrifice may not lead to anything special for black after sacrificing on h2. But in the meantime, I mean, they left the board. Has anybody returned to the board as yet? No one. I mean, I can't believe this. Normally, you have at least one player at the board, and there, finally, Aronian comes back quickly to the table, but that was simply shocking. I mean, bad time management, not focused enough, too relaxed. What's going on with these two guys? I mean, they're both lost their first games, and they both look like they're trying to lose again. Is it possible they both can get zeros, guys, somehow? This is ridiculous.
Wow.
It's funny because some of the times we see these players and we think, okay, maybe they're not focused, or why are they not sitting on the board? But we know, and I've met a lot of players in the chess scene that prefer to think without looking at the board, and they prefer to think while they're walking around, and they are almost never at the board if it's not their turn. Gelfand comes to mind as a player that is always walking around. He's never sitting at the board. It's not uncommon to see an empty board when Gelfand is in a tournament.
He probably burns more calories than his other foes.
It's one way of
Sometimes it's
one way
hard
of
to
seeing
sit
things.
for hours.
It's difficult,
It's funny
right?
when people find out that when they don't play chess, they find out you play chess. They're like, "Wow, you must have so much patience." You've got that before, right?
I've gotten that.
And you got to fill them in on the details.
I think I'm a relatively patient guy, but I think that most chess players. See, not that bad.
But I just got started.
All right. We'll see how the broadcast continues through the next 9 days. Here we see that I think that patience is, of course, important over the board, but I don't think that chess players are known for being patient people.
No, I don't think so either. Because if anything, the life of a chess player is one in which you know, it's like an artist lifestyle. You know, you travel the world, you study chess, you go out a lot. It's not really like going to school for like 10 years, right? I mean, it requires a lot of study, but you can see the advantages of the lifestyle as well.
Yeah.
And not necessarily hallmarks of patience.
No, none of them. Absolutely none of them. It's actually a pretty hectic life, and that seems to confuse people. But certainly, it's not uncommon to see in some of the top tournaments that chairs are simply empty. Everybody's walking around.
And in fact, and I think in a super tournament like this with just 5 games, I think it's totally legitimate. What you see sometimes, though, from younger players is that there will be hundreds of games and they'll have a lot of friends in the tournament, and that when they get up to the board, they're not thinking about their game. They're going to the other boards and looking at their friends' games and sometimes even talking to their friends.
Yeah, that's completely different. That absolutely is a different scenario, and I agree with you.
And just getting their mind off the game completely.
Right.
Which you could excuse maybe at 1 or 2 moments in the game. Maybe you move 40, maybe like your brain is just overwhelmed and you need to think about something else. But people take that way too far.
Yes, absolutely. I completely agree with you in this scenario. I do like the way that Caruana is putting the pressure on. He actually played a move I hadn't considered, and he played f5, and after taking on f5, he didn't directly take the pawn. He actually played this kind of clever move, king f4, and the idea is that he wants to take on f5 with the knight, or force the trade of rooks. A very unpleasant decision for Carlsen. If he trades the rooks, then after rook takes c2, knight takes c2, this bishop is hanging on c3, and I will recover the pawn in the next move with an absolutely crushing position. While if rook h8 is played or something along those lines, I can now take on f5 with the knight, which is a little more convenient.
Sparkling technique here by Fabiano Caruana. And I mean, you just got to love this game. It's beautiful the way that he's maneuvered his knight around and made it really easy for him. We really thought the world champion would be able to offer more resistance, but we forgot that world number 2 is bringing in some flawless technique here.
Yeah, world number 2 is not such a bad player. He's pretty good.
I mean, just really lovely. And, you know, I'll say this, not every move that Fabiano matches the computer, but we see the humanity in his moves, that he's always trying to improve the position of his pieces, and that's what you really like.
Yeah, sometimes even humans can play this better than computers. Computers always want to go for the throat, and, okay, when there's a clear win, obviously they play better. But when it's just about pressuring...
And no risk.
Yeah, exactly.
That's also a human element that the computer can't really gauge. We don't want any risk here as Fabiano. We just want it to be smooth, and that's what he's doing. Maurice?
Well, it's incredible. I'm going back on this game, reflecting on it. Often when you lose a game, the way Magnus will now, he'll sit back and say, where did I go wrong here? And what's interesting about this game is the way his knight ended up being the main culprit as to why he lost this game. This knight moved, knight from c5 to e6. Remember this knight, it started on f6. Way back in the normal beginning of the Berlin, it went from f6, to e4, and then after this move to d6, and then after a trade it went to f5, still traveling around, and we'll jump ahead to this position where that same knight moved to e7, and then after a couple of moves, we jump ahead again, that same knight moved to d5, and after c4 to b4, and then after G4, he played knight A6. I mean, this knight has been dancing and prancing again all around, and then knight C5 on top of everything, and then we had this trade, and finally, after all that wandering knight roving around the board, he played knight E6, and it turned out to be the piece that lost him the game because of that tactic we mentioned, knight takes E6. He couldn't capture back here because of the devastating bishop to E7. It's so interesting that you have basic principles. We say, don't move the same piece twice in the opening. Well, this piece moved like 8 times in the opening, and then the final resting place was horrible, and he ended up dropping a pawn and then quickly going down from there. So Magnus is going to have to look back on this game and wonder, because in that moment he didn't have to play that move. He could still keep the balance alive. But here he's going down 0-2, no question about it, and Fabiano has not let him off the hook even a little bit since that mistake. He has just been a machine rolling towards victory, not playing computerized moves. You're right, playing more like a human, but controlling, dominating, showing in effect why he's number 2 in the world and a rightful challenger to Magnus Carlsen's title.
And I think Carlsen will resign here, actually. I don't think that he'll make another move. The threat after Rook G2 is G7, followed by just winning the game. It's just completely over. You then have several choices of how to do that. Rook G6, you're transposing into knight takes H6.
Can you bring the board up for us, please? And here it is.
Yeah, we have the
Magnus Carlsen, always a good sports person, smiling. He's lost the game. Caruana, 1.5 out of 2.
He doesn't seem to be smiling now, guys.
That's definitely not a smile.
Not a smile on his face, and he is not discussing variations either, like he did yesterday. I think he realizes what's happening.
Well, that's
today.
because he's upset more by today's loss than yesterday. Yesterday was a freak occurrence, lightning. He actually played quite well. Today, he tanked.
He just got outplayed.
He got
made
outplayed,
one mistake,
and
then
his
he got
preparation
outplayed.
was lacking, and he lost. In the first time control, basically.
Oh, everything went well here for Caruana. Everything went well, and he outplayed the world champion. There is no question about that. Carlsen
Nobody
made a
loves
mistake.
chess more than Magnus Carlsen. So losing today like that's way worse than yesterday.
No, absolutely. There's no doubt about that. That in this scenario, the way that he lost is far, far worse than the freak occurrence that just happened on the other game. But this time, it was one-sided, completely one-sided game. Carlsen was nowhere to be found on the board. It was all Caruana, Caruana, Caruana.
Well, Caruana Carlsen, that would be quite a world championship match. And it's like every game that these two play, you can't help but think about that and about the weight that places on a potential match and how that would perhaps affect opening preparation. Now, I don't want to count out Hikaru Nakamura, but as we know, as great as he is and as many rating points as he has, right now, actually technically, well, not anymore. But until Fabiano just won this game, Nakamura was number 2 in the live rankings list.
He was, indeed. And now Caruana actually jumps over him and achieves, again, back to 28-10, which is a very, very difficult rating to reach.
He jumps over him.
And I think also one thing that is clear in the minds of the fans, actually there are 2 things. One is that Fabiano is actually younger than Carlsen. So it's not like it's youth versus experience that we saw in the Anand versus Carlsen match, and you say, well, maybe Anand is still maybe struggling to keep at the top. Clearly, he's still one of the dominant players of our generation. But we say there, Carlsen definitely has the edge, and he has the rating edge. But looking at what Caruana has done recently, he's not afraid of Carlsen at all. He's younger, and he's defeated him more than once. So he knows, I can beat this guy. Nobody's going to say, oh, yeah, Carlsen's the odds-on favorite. Fabiano's going to say, I beat the guy. Did you see what I did to the Sinkfield Cup? Did you notice that? And I was beating him the other one, too, but he managed to draw. Do you see what I'm doing to him here in Norway? I'm not afraid of this guy. When we sit down, we play chess. So respect, yes, but not fear. And Caruana, that's a match I think the whole world wants to see. What would happen when the number 1 and number 2 clash, especially 2 guys who are not even 25 years old yet. That would be absolutely an incredible match to see. I think the world is definitely looking forward to it. That's a long way off and more qualifying to do to see that happen. But right now today, Caruana is currently in first place with 1.5 out of 2.
That's right. Although, as the round shapes up, we'll see if somebody can make it to 2 points. Of course, Topalov being the main contender for that. But not all bad news today for Norway. Hammer does look like he's dominating his position. Plenty of exciting chess left in round 2 of the Grand Chess Tour. We are going to be back and watch the rest of the drama unfold. Back at the Grand Chess Tour, round two of Norway Chess 2015, and the excitement continues. We already saw the shocker of the day, Caruana crushing Magnus Carlsen in the first time control, resignation right after that. But some other big news, it looks like Aronian and Grisha's game has heated up.
That game has exploded, and with time trouble looming, man, it's difficult to play for both sides.
So there was a rook sack.
There was a rook sacrifice in this position, and, well, what to say here after the moves that Maurice had actually recommended for black after pawn takes f5, bishop takes f5, check, king g1. Aronian played the move rook g8, but it seems like we're going to look at this game real quickly since it ended. In this position,
It looks like the game is over, indeed.
the game is
It's a draw.
over in a draw. And I
Some
don't
perpetual
think,
type thing?
yes, and after rook takes g2, we have this position in which
King
rook
F1
g8
was
check was
not-
played. King f1 is not possible because of the brilliant
Queen H2,
h2.
closing the door.
Closing
Beautiful.
the door
So
for the king,
that's-
threatening rook g1.
that's hard to see because instinctively most people start looking at the checks.
Exactly.
But it's important to instead look at the fencing move.
And in this case, also very importantly, the queen defends the pawn on e5, which doesn't allow the bishop to come and take it. So instead of that, Grischuk decided, well, I have an extra rook. I can afford to give up a queen for another one of those rooks.
I can afford to give away a queen. Not a sentence you hear too often.
Apparently, it's the one that fit Grischuk today, though. After takes on g4, queen takes g4 check, king f2. We have this weird-looking endgame in which both sides are down on time. I would be a little bit worried if I was Aronian in this position, simply because if I somehow lose the h-pawn, and it's very easy to lose the h-pawn with the rooks doubling up on it, I would say that he's a little bit worse. So I can understand the perpetual.
That's right. Okay. Well, it looked like preferable for black, but yes, low time for both players. Now we have Yasser Seirawan. He is actually live in Norway with world champion Magnus Carlsen.
Hello, St. Louis. We're here with world champion Magnus Carlsen. Magnus, I feel a little bit like a vulture at this exact moment asking you what happened, but what happened today?
Well, today was a very bad game on my part. I played the opening less than perfectly, to put it mildly, and then when I thought I'd gained an acceptable position, relieved some of the pressure, I blundered away the game in one move, and he converted it well.
What was the move that blundered away the game?
No, knight e6. I just missed the knight takes e6 and bishop e7 trick, so that was more than a little bit embarrassing.
Yeah, there was no recovery after that one, that's for sure. You've dug yourself into a very big hole. What do you do now?
Well, I've won tournaments before in which I've lost to Fabiano. He's a very strong player, and when you combine that with a bad day of mine, it's possible to lose to him with the black pieces. That's for sure. So that in itself it's bad but not disastrous. But combined with the fact that I lost the game for non-chess reasons yesterday, then that's really it's a big hole to dig out of, but I can only try and do my best and play a little bit better than I did today.
Thank you very much. Good luck in the future.
Thank you.
That was world chess champion Magnus Carlsen sharing what can only be described as a disaster as he goes down to his second defeat in as many games here in Norway. Back to you in St. Louis.
Poor Magnus.
Well, he's definitely feeling the pressure, and I think he was perfectly okay with losing, as he mentioned, for non-chess reasons against Topalov, but today against Caruana, it's like everything is going wrong for him in this tournament.
Yeah, the combination is not fun.
The combination is just awful.
Because it's like his score is really bad, and now he feels bad about his chess, whereas before he didn't have to feel bad about his chess.
No, absolutely. He at least felt he played well, and he obtained a winning position against Topalov. Lost for other reasons, but at least his play over the board was quite good. However, as he mentioned today, and as Maurice had pointed out, he missed a trick. He simply missed
Yeah, I know,
the bishop e7 trick. And
my ears are about to go deaf from the sound of Maurice gloating. He's right. You're right, Maurice.
Well, I am not gloating, actually. I am just pointing out that this kind of move can be missed, really simply. I didn't see it. I wanted to play 96 myself. The only reason I even put it on the board was because even now the engines are not giving 96, and I was thinking, why not 96? So when I just picked the piece up and put it there and then found out, to my chagrin, that this move completely refuted my idea of 96, I was like, whoa, wait a second, that's missable. And if I can miss it, okay, Magnus is several orders of magnitudes better than I am, but if I can miss it, so can another human, because this move is just not immediately obvious, this bishop e7 move. And so Magnus admits, yeah, it was a little bit, was certainly out of his vision. Missing the move is a very natural thing to have happen, and once that happened, he was struggling to equalize, but his position was already definitely worse, dropping a pawn right away. So it just shows we're not perfect, and the engines are able to show that even on the level of a Magnus Carlsen, that human-looking moves, they may look really good positionally, but it's those sneaky tactics that's so easy to miss. And it was the type of tactic, too. Your knight is hanging, and suddenly your bishop doesn't go all the way down. It just stops on the e7 square. That's a missable move, moves that are invisible sometimes to the human eye. So Magnus himself, it kind of makes us feel better, right? That, yeah, he's human, too. Guys?
Yeah.
That's true. A lot of players like watching the blunders of great players, right? Because you think like, well, this is what it takes to be a great player, for this to be so rare that they're compiled in an article, right?
It doesn't happen often, for sure. And actually, this tactic that Magnus Carlsen missed, it was on the relative scale rather simple. So as he said it himself, it is a little bit embarrassing for him to have to admit it. But he missed it, and he lost, paid a big price for it.
Yeah, well, poor Magnus. I mean, it's hard because, like, just so many players that are fun to root for in these tournaments, right? Like, those two are two of my favorites to root for, Caruana and Carlsen. So
I think Nakamura would think his positions are boring, but yeah, I think most people do root for Carlsen. I think,
well, not just because of his
player.
positions, but because of his approach to chess and his personality.
He is a very approachable world champion, and he always, as we saw, takes things relatively well. Even though he's lost the first two games, he still came down, he still talked to us, and it's something that requires a big strength of character, I feel.
I agree, and he tends to say interesting things, although Nakamura says interesting things too. Speaking of which, I have to ask, if you have to choose world championship match, dream world championship match between those three players, rank in order of first to third.
Oh, that's an easy one. It's easier than the chocolate and vanilla one.
It's easier than chocolate and vanilla. Okay.
Yeah, there's going to be Caruana Carlsen is the most interesting by far. And then second most interesting between the choices being Caruana Nakamura and Carlsen Nakamura. The key word here is interesting. I think more interesting would be Caruana Nakamura. I think Carlsen Nakamura is just so one-sided.
Because of their historic results.
Because of their historic results and just the way that they play each other.
The compatibility of their styles in favor of Carlsen, of course.
Right, and of course we hope that Nakamura grows greatly as a chess player. He has immense strides. His style is completely different. He has crossed 2,800. He's solidly one of the top 5 players in the world, maybe even the second best or third best depending on the day. But it's something about Carlsen that he just isn't able to break through.
I mean, which one do you want to watch the most? So top is Caruana Carlsen, and then second would be Caruana Naka.
I think it would be a closer match, and I would be more interested in watching.
You'd be more interested in watching
yes.
it. Okay, interesting. I mean, gosh, it's a hard question because I think the off-the-board drama with Nakamura and Carlsen being so interesting in interviews, like. Right. I kind of feel like that might be number one in a way.
I think,
but in terms of the pure chess,
I think the off chess would be more interesting in Nakamura Carlsen. There would be more friendly banter, maybe.
Right, exactly.
But definitely more tweets. But I think that over the board, I think it's not the most interesting.
And then as a patriotic American, you got to go for just the All-American match. So it's really a great question. But actually, any three of those matches?
I think all three would be
It's gonna be-
fantastic. Absolutely. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that Nakamura has 0% chance against Carlsen. I just think that, well, as we have seen, Caruana against Carlsen is something special because Caruana's style seems to defeat Carlsen relatively often for how often Carlsen loses games.
And I wonder what Maurice thinks about this. Of the three matches, dream match, which one do you want to see the most?
Yeah, I think it's the chocolate and vanilla thing too. Yeah, it's definitely Caruana versus Carlsen. Caruana it's clear he can beat Magnus. Not only can he beat Magnus, looking at the way Magnus answered that question from Yasser, it's clear to Magnus that's like, this guy, he's the guy who beats me the most. I mean, there's no one else even close. Carlsen loses most to Caruana, and that is to be expected. Caruana is the number 2 player in the world, or at least emerged as the clear number 2 player now. But he's just simply the guy. If you want to have, someone who's your bête noire, as they call it, it's this guy. This guy is able to beat him in a consistent way, shows no fear at all. Now, of course, Magnus can beat him as well, but I don't know the last time Magnus beat Fabiano. We have to check on that one, but from my recollection, Fabiano has beaten him recently, and he's evening out whatever score advantage that Magnus had previously. So now when you see those two sit down, you don't think, edge to Magnus. You just don't have that thought anymore. It's like, okay, who has white? That's probably your main question. Who has the white pieces? Because Fabiano can beat Magnus. Magnus can beat Fabiano. So I think that's the matchup I'd want to see.
Well, speaking of Fabiano Caruana, we have him live in Norway with Yasser Seirawan.
Hello, St. Louis. We're here with the man of the hour. Congratulations, Fabi. I mean, a great day in the sun. What to say? Well done.
Thank you. Yeah, it was a great day. I think it was a pretty smooth win. Well, I still have to check the game if I made any mistakes, but I think I played pretty well, and that's the most important thing.
Well, I must say that Magnus was very gracious. He essentially said that he thought he had more or less an acceptable position. He made, in his opinion, a bad move, knight a6, and then he said that you simply played excellently and crushed him.
Yeah, well, if he said
that was the way it felt, at least.
If he says it, then it's probably right.
Yeah.
I mean, I was helped by my preparation, which was, I mean, he went into a line which I knew relatively well, but then, yeah, after that I played a good game.
Yes, well, exactly. I spoke with Chuchi, your second, and I was talking to him about this idea of bishop f5 to h7, which he says the computer thinks is a first recommendation. To me, it's kind of seems suicidal just to allow you this e5, e6, and then you just have always a very nice position.
Yeah, actually, I was looking at it probably 2 weeks ago.
So recently.
Yeah, I saw the computer was saying bishop f5, and I decided to have a look. It's actually not a bad move. It's probably giving black a decent position if he plays correctly, but he didn't check it very accurately, I think, and it's over the board. It's difficult to play.
If I may pick your brain for a moment, what, in your opinion, motivated him to play the strange move knight before a6? Normally, you would expect him at, a2, a3, because potentially there's a weakness on b3. So that was a real surprise. What, in your opinion, was going on in his mind?
I think he wanted to get the knight to c5 and maybe to e6. He just was worried about always looking at e6 on every move and wanted to kind of consolidate. But yeah, it just gives me a very commanding position.
Fabi, again, congratulations. Well done. Good luck for the rest of the tournament.
Thanks.
Well, there you go. What can we say? America's #1, Fabiano Caruana, performing superbly today in round 2. Back to you, St. Louis.
Definitely a great performance from Fabiano. And it puts him in a great position in the tournament. He easily drew with Vichy Anand yesterday, and no problems in the opening.
Another great preparation performance.
Another absolutely fantastic preparation, and now he beats, as you said, Magnus Carlsen, a very smooth ride, really.
And he has had pretty good results against Caruana, but actually the last couple games, losing with the black pieces. So this is kind of a nice comeuppance for him, kind of going back to his old ways of having a strong record against Carlsen.
That's good. Good for him, and we'll see how this rivalry continues in the Grand Chess Tour.
Yeah, very interesting. And we've got Maurice Ashley with some thoughts on perhaps some saving grace for Norway today?
Quite possibly, but it looks like somehow Vachier-Lagrave has miraculous saves to maybe hold off his opponent. This position on the board, well, let's go back to this position actually. Bishop to d8 has been played. It is on the board now. Oh, wow, the line has occurred. Okay, so we're going to see the line. I was checking this variation with the engine. It does not give this sacrifice as its first move. It gives king d5 and king c5 and king b5. But hey, I'm human. I want to know, doesn't this work? Rook takes on d8. I'm wondering about this line, and the engine says, actually, it doesn't work after rook to g8. Okay, so we get a rook or a queen, whichever one you get, it has to be captured. King takes, and now the engines are saying white is completely winning except for one line, and that is h5 out of nowhere. This move saves black. Everything else loses. h5, and after you capture this best move, king h6, and it's a race to win by a tempo. King comes back, but the king takes. Remember, this bishop is frozen to protecting these pawns, so you're not going anywhere to try to stop that. King to h5 to stop the capture. King f6, king g4, king e5 now, right on time to save his lone pawn. But now king f3, getting ready to get this bishop out of the way. This pawn has to be saved, so after f5, and now king f2, demanding the bishop to move in this position. And according to the engines, now bishop to c4, king to e3, keeping his pawn and getting ready to push this one, push this one. Too many threats on the board for white to make a win. So this move is going to be key. It looks like Hammer missed this when he went for the line after sacrificing king c7. They are actually in the position, and after this move, Vachier-Lagrave showed his class and found the move h5, and it looks like he will save the game, much to Norway's disappointment. And it seems that Hammer did not see it either, and he realizes that he is not going to win the game. It's going to lead to a draw. Guys?
Well, to be fair, and maybe to be fair to Hammer, I don't think the position was winning anyway. I think that the computer was just running around with the king with no point. The position, I think, was a draw, even if he didn't go for the rook takes d8 idea, because that seems to be the only way to bring down the house, right? How else can you penetrate in this position? So if there is no rook takes d8 that works, this should just be a draw. The computer probably wants to play something silly, like bring back the king and just play random moves, thinking that it has a great advantage with the pawn on d7. But I don't think that it finds any way of penetrating. This should somehow be a draw. So it's not that Hammer blundered. He simply was never winning in this position. After rook takes d8, I think that we're going to have the position that Maurice just showed us with h5, and this should be a draw. I don't think that Maxime will miss any opportunity.
And how about Nakamura's game? He looked completely relaxed. Has he found his way to Drawsville as well here? Remember his ICC handle used to be Smallsville.
I remember those days of Smallville owning
now he's
the
more of a
1-minute
chess.
pool.
Now he's more of a chess.com guy.
Well, after rook d6, h4, Nakamura found himself a good chance to stick a knight on f4 with check. Topal decided to take, and it does seem like the worst is over for Hikaru. This seems relatively easy to draw. I don't even know how Topalov can do anything at all. Look how sad this king is stuck on e2. He doesn't have a way of going anywhere.
Right, and look at Nakamura's posture. It is quite interesting. He seems like irritated that he has to sit here.
Well, I don't think he's irritated. He's just very comfortable with the fact that he held on to a position that was unpleasant for quite a while. He did well. He found good defensive moves, good defensive ideas. Even though Topalov maybe had a slight edge at some points, it was nothing winning or nothing incredibly clear. It was always complicated, and Nakamura did a good job in holding on.
So this would mean both of them would have 1.5 points after this game, the same as Fabiano, so a very tight race.
Definitely.
And also Vachier. Vachier-Lagrave would also.
Vachier would have 1.5.
So probably no perfect scores. Yeah, almost definitely.
Right. And another person that will be joining them with 1.5, I believe, will be Giri. Here in this endgame against Anand, even though he's down a pawn, the activity provided by his rook, his king, and his own passed pawn seems to be sufficient to hold the draw in this position. I don't think there's any realistic chance of winning for Anand. He's just a little bit too passive. His king's too far away from the action. I might be wrong, but I don't think that this will end in an Anand win, which means that Giri will move on to 1.5 as well.
So despite lots of potential tension earlier in the round, it looks like defensive play has prevailed today, and the only winner might end up being Fabiano Caruana.
It definitely seems like we're headed that way. I expect more than at least a couple of games to finish soon. I don't see how Topalov will do anything against Nakamura.
I think that's the reason for Nakamura's posture. He's looking at Topalov, he's relaxing. He doesn't think there's that much to look at on the board anymore. He doesn't want to waste his energy.
Right, there's a couple of tries here and there. Nakamura is making sure that they don't work. He has to make sure, for example, that the rook doesn't swing back to b4 and attack the f4 pawn.
Because Topalov has just played the move a5.
Yes, but he's pretty confident that this should be a draw. He needs to be a little careful, but it should be fine. He should have no problems holding on to this. And as I said, as we mentioned, MVL found this beautiful way of drawing the game, very precise. Without this move h5, as Maurice had mentioned to us, he is losing, but he found it. And this will be headed to a draw. The only game that's remaining would be Giri, and I also thought that was a draw.
That's one where we might see the longest struggle, though. Maurice, your thoughts on MVL or some extra variations?
Well, it is clear that this position will lead to a draw. I agree with you, Alejandro. The computer was moving around trying to figure out what to do. He could have tortured Black a bit more to see whether or not Black would blunder some other way. But this line, I think what happened to him, however, is he probably did think he was winning. I think in his head, he was like, yeah, this looks great. Why not go for this? Of course, the other line did not work either because all the computer had was something like king back to d5, allowing bishop to f6, and then moving the king to c5. And Black can always temporize with moves like rook to f8 and wait around. So this position was still within bounds of drawing. I would like to jump to this position here with the move h5, a sterling move, accentuating the point that he is indeed drawing. He had no other move. In fact, he had to be careful here. But Black knows White has to be careful. This move g5 actually loses on the spot because now the move h3 deflects this bishop and now forces this bishop to come back and stop this pawn from becoming a queen, and it's the new h-pawn that is the problem, and he'll just push this one down the board, and one of these two guys will become a queen. So good moment for Hammett to just accept. It's a draw, nothing else to do. He's been thinking, though, for quite some time. You see how he thought, this really shows that he thought he was winning the position because h5 is now on the board, and he's realizing, man, I thought I had this, and this guy comes in with this miracle save. What to do? Well, it turns out the only move is to take that pawn. He could have done it 5 minutes ago when he first saw it land on the board. He has no other move. He's searching desperately, feverishly, trying to find a win, but soon we'll find that this guy's strong enough. He'll say, you know what, let me just take the pawn and take a half point. At least he can say he's ahead of Magnus after 2 rounds.
It's definitely a tough position to be in for Hammer because he did think he was winning. Now he realizes he has to be a little bit careful and make sure that he draws before he overpresses, and that's something that can happen when psychologically you find yourself winning and you decide, hey, actually I'm not going to accept this draw. There must be some other way of pushing for a win, and you find yourself in a lost position all of a sudden. We have
and we have a special guest.
Great.
Yasser Seirawan has Levon Aronian to talk about his game today.
Hello, St. Louis. I'm back to Norway. I'm standing with Levon Aronian, a big favorite of chess fans in St. Louis. Levon, Thank you. Welcome to the show. Tell us about the game today. What was happening?
I think in the opening I tricked myself a bit because I forgot that this is actually a position with the tempo down. So, but I have analyzed this, but I really couldn't figure out during the game what was the plan at the board at home. So then I went for a slightly worse position because I think with d5, city knight d5, white keeps the opening pressure because bishop comes to d3, you know, those things are kind of unpleasant because you don't know you're going to play g6 or h6 or king h8 as I did in the game. So, but I think...
Or king h8 and g6 as well.
But I think what I played was maybe a bit passive, knight takes e3. I'm allowing him to play dc. But at least it was a more practical choice because I spent 35 minutes there and I realized that none of the moves that I thought were okay for me are not really giving me an easy play. I mean, because if I play something like queen e7 or queen d6, he'll grab the knight on d5 and play knight f5, and this bishop on h3, black might be okay, but...
Covering the c8 square, it's nice for white.
Sure, it's one of those fringe...
Yeah, but then the position turned. There's knight g4, this very active move, and suddenly, visually, I liked your position very much, and probably you were feeling, okay, now the sun is shining on me.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking that he would go bishop f5, queen h4, then bishop takes g4, and then, I mean, probably it's around equal, but I'm on the safe side.
Yes.
So, and knight f5 came as a shock. I thought that there was no way this move was going to work, but then I couldn't really figure out what to do. And it was a very brave move, and I have to say probably the best decision that Alexander took in the game.
And then later, you have this wonderfully active queen and bishop, but it seems like when you analyze it concretely, I didn't find any winning moment for you. I enjoyed your position. I thought it was you're closing, you're putting pressure on him. He has to find all the good moves, but it seemed to me he did in fact find all the good moves, and it was enough to draw the game.
I thought that the critical moment was when I played queen h4 check, because here bishop d5 looks very tempting. Yes. Because I just want to grab the pawn on f3 and just mate him.
Right.
But then I really couldn't understand what's happening after e4, because now probably queen h4 is just a blank shot because he plays king g1, bishop b6, d4, ed rook d4. And with this bishop on c3, I might be the one who's getting mated.
Exactly.
Yes. Even though I had the feeling that there was something in the position, I decided, I spent about 15 minutes thinking there, I decided to go for a draw. Perhaps I should have drawn immediately with...
you had the option earlier.
Perhaps this was a more practical decision, because I really underestimated this king d3 idea. And I think in the game he could have tried to play. Computers probably are rooting for black there, yes. Screaming with joy, but as a human player you feel that white is not going to lose the position.
Exactly.
There's no way he's going to lose, and he'll just have me defending with 7 minutes for 10 moves, so you never know how this would turn out. But generally I'm kind of content with the game, but this was the one moment that I think I should have foreseen.
Levon, you like innovations in chess, and here they came up with a new concept of the confessional. Question for you, have you used the confessional?
I didn't really have the time because my opponents were putting a lot of pressure in these two games. But I think once the things start getting better, I'll probably go in and just tell the people about the game, just get more fans.
Yeah. We look forwards to things getting better. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Levon.
sir.
That was Levon Aronian, and back to you in St. Louis.
Thanks, Yasser and Levon. What a great interview.
Definitely, Levon always one of the nicest people on the chess circles.
That's right. Except when he's playing Bug Owl. Then he's got a lot of trash talking on.
Yeah, and then he's pretty obnoxious.
So, are any of these games going to get juicy with one player kind of jockeying for a win? I think the most likely would be Topalov pressing.
No, I think that's pretty dead. Especially with the last move he just played, some King E1. I don't think this is going to go. Yeah, they're going to draw, I predict, in the next
30 seconds?
30 seconds, 1 minute.
So, which game do you think is more likely?
Yeah, I think, they drew.
Giri and Anand?
Well, they just finished. I think they were making sure that there was a threefold repetition and they could agree to a draw. I'm not familiar with the draw rules that they're using. But Giri and Anand probably will end also kind of soon. I don't think that Giri will make any serious mistake and allow those pawns to roll forward. And I don't think Anand is going to get himself into trouble either. So that should end in a draw.
Although he is away from the board, so that already suggests that this one might
that's definitely going to
take
last
a little bit more distance.
It'll definitely take some time.
So 2 more players tied for first in this tournament, Veselin Topalov and our own Hikaru Nakamura, along with Fabiano Caruana. So shaping up to be a really thrilling contest as we go for points and both the Norway Chess 2015 and the Grand Chess Tour. We are going to be back to see how the final games shape up. Stay with us. So only a couple of games left in the Grand Chess Tour round 2, and it looks like this one is wrapping up.
I think they finished.
Just
They
as we come,
finished,
yes,
yeah.
exactly. So they played a rapid succession of forced moves, and now Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and Ludwig Hammer have drawn the game, and that gives Vachier-Lagrave a spot at the top of the cross table, along with Veselin Topalov and Hikaru Nakamura and Fabiano Caruana. Looks like Anish Giri is going to join them, so that gives us a 5-way for tie for first.
Yeah, very interesting series of results. A nice defense from MVL, finding that forced H5 move, which allowed him to draw what would have been a hopeless position otherwise. And there seems like they're actually going to be playing it down to Queen versus so King versus King.
We love to see that.
And there's the handshake, and it's completely drawn. A very good performance, I think, from MVL defending an uncomfortable position that was uncomfortable for most of the game, actually, right from the opening.
So 1.5 out of 2 for Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Nice start. Getting on the scoreboard, and I know that Hammer and Carlsen are actually very good friends, right? And they work together. Well, Hammer works for Carlsen.
They actually have a recent video that TV2 took on Norway of them playing sand volleyball with some professional volleyball players, which is actually quite hilarious to watch.
Who was the best?
Oh, no, they were equally bad.
They were equally bad. So, you joked, or Maurice joked that who would have thought Hammer would have more points than Magnus, and I would bet that would actually come up.
Actually, he looks really disappointed, even though
I
think somebody needs to tell him he was never winning.
Poor
Hammer, now I feel bad for him. Oh, I've never seen somebody so destroyed for having the correct result happen at the end.
Especially because you would think that he would get upset like a few moves ago, where it almost feels like the emotion drained out at the very end.
I think
after he already had time to adjust it.
I think he only showed it at the very end. But in my opinion, I mean, this was always a draw, so I think that he is just mistaken about the objective evaluation of the position. And he'll probably calm down when he sees it with the computer and realizes that he really didn't have anything.
So we got one game left. Giri versus Anand. Maurice, thoughts?
Yes, and that was the point I was making earlier, guys, because he thought he was winning. It looked like he took on D, it's like, yes, got him. Once you have that surge of adrenaline and you think you're winning the game, and then all of a sudden this move, H5 comes back, and it's like, backslap, wake up, you are not winning. That is the reality check that he had, and that's where that emotion you see him showing at the end. Again, when he goes back to the engine, he'll probably say, yeah, maybe I could have just messed around a while and then somehow get this tactic. But objectively speaking, it seems as though he was not winning this game. He played really well, I'll tell you. In the game, MVL, remember, played this move B5 early on. It looked as if he was the one trying to take over the initiative, and Vachier-Lagrave soon realized that didn't work because Hammer said, none of that. I'm ready to play moves like B4 as well. If you go back and take a look at how well he played to prove that he was never worse, that he was just fine, and he was the one pressing after that move B5 came at him. So I think that Hammer has to feel, after he evaluates everything completely, he has to feel like, you know what? I can hang with these guys. I mean, you know, maybe not Magnus. We'll see what happens when friends play each other. But he's got to feel like, you know, I showed some stuff today. Maybe I didn't have a great game against Nakamura, but I proved something today. If he can keep this up, a little bit of momentum will gain him the respect of the top players, and then it might be a lot easier for him to hang out with this group and prove that he belongs. Guys?
Definitely Hammer is not a weak player by any means. I mean, he did win his qualifier to get into this tournament. He's a 26-77 player, which is nothing to scoff at.
Obviously very well prepared because he does so much work with Magnus.
Very well prepared.
Very popular, very involved in the TV production that's going on in Norway that's like kind of overtaking the country.
Absolutely. It does definitely seem as if Hammer has the knowledge to at least hang out with his guys. He just needs to see if he can maintain his playing strength throughout such a strong tournament. And we have, I think, the last few moves of the game between Giri and Anand that should be headed towards a draw.
Absolutely. It looks like we've got 2 games today that basically went to King versus King.
Yeah, they're just down to Rook versus Rook at this point.
And it is a draw.
Yeah, and I think they have signed the score sheets. I already think that.
Yeah, I'm not quite
his
sure
game
why
is
Anand is
strong.
still at the table. That's kind of interesting. He's
Yeah.
thinking
I
about.
think it's a tape delay, guys. I think
Okay.
we're seeing it just a bit of a tape delay because that's not the position on the board either.
Right.
Gotcha. Okay, so we're in a tiny delay, but that game is a draw, so that means that we do have that five-way tie for first going into round 3 that I mentioned earlier. And it's going to be really exciting to see which one of these players kind of stakes the claim to the lead because a lot of them are in good form. I mean, I guess I'd have to put my money on Fabi now.
And Fabi, well, definitely he showed amazing chess today. I wonder how much it's going to hurt him, the fact that he's a bad blitz player and it's going to have more blacks than whites in this tournament. That's going to be a little bit of a problem for him, but if he can overcome it on just one game, it might be Fabiano's tournament to take. He's already played some of the strongest tournaments by players by rating in this event. Even though everybody's strong, he did play Anand and he did play Carlsen already, 2 of the 2800s in the event.
And do remember that even though he gets 5 blacks in this tournament, that means he gets 5 whites in the Sinkfield Cup. So
That's true.
It will be fair over time.
Over time, but in Norway at least he will have to defend a couple of more black positions and we'll see how successfully he does it. If he does it as easily as he did it yesterday, this tournament is his to take.
That's right, but a lot of people playing well, you know, can't count out Nakamura, good defense today, Vachier-Lagrave, great defense. Veselin Topalov, I also like the way he's been playing. So
Yeah, Topalov's been playing well, even though yesterday he got extremely lucky. He did manage to lose what should have been a drawn position. So yeah, Topalov playing well. Nakamura got himself into a little bit of trouble today, but played quite well. And MVL, even though he had a really nice defense, I'm not very happy about how he actually got in trouble against the lower rated player in the tournament. He should probably be looking to press, even though he's black, against a player that's not yet 2700. And he actually found himself on the wrong side of the position.
well, this is where it starts to get exciting. Maurice, what are your final thoughts and predictions as we go into round 3? It looks like it's setting up to be a thriller.
Yes, indeed, but I have to say that I have a slightly different take. As far as real chess, this kind of 2800 high-level pure chess, there's only one player I've seen play that way so far, and that's Fabiano Caruana. That's the only one I've seen so far. The others, a little bit shaky. Even Nakamura, who's doing well, he didn't look perfect. He didn't look crystal clear. He had some trouble today. He could have fallen into against Topalov. There were a couple of moves he missed, actually. So I think that it's clearly Fabiano who's playing at the best form. And the fact that once he drew his first game with black, to me, that just means he doesn't have any extra blacks after that. He's got 8 rounds to go, so it's a fresh tournament for him. He took care of black against one of the strongest players in the competition. So I'm heavily leaning towards Fabiano Caruana for his form and the fact that he's played, as Alejandro pointed out, those 2 players, the 2 of the heavyweights in the competition as well. He sees only lighter opposition after that. But certainly anything could happen. Lots of players at 1.5 points. So we should see definite barn burners again tomorrow. We saw 4 wins yesterday. We were kind of spoiled. We only saw 1 win today, but what a win. It should be a great round 3 tomorrow here in Norway Chess 2015.
That's right, but the games didn't leave any disappointment. They were all very rich and interesting.
Yeah,
so even though there were a lot of draws.
Right, even a draw that seemed to end in not that many moves, which was the Aronian Grischer game, he had a lot of richness to it and a lot of difficult nuances and tactical possibilities that had to be calculated. So I think it was a very high quality play, and it was also quite exciting.
And that leaves only one player with 0 points.
Sounds so sad.
In a way. You know, it'd be great if everybody could win, but that's not how chess works, right?
Magnus Carlsen, reigning world champion, is dead last in 0 points out of 2.
That's right. So 5-way tie for first, and then 4 players. A couple players with 1 point and a couple players with half a point, followed by Magnus all alone. Let's take a look at the pairings as we go into round 3. I mean, every day with these kind of players, every day is going to be great. And here they are. So we've got Anand versus Grisha, Carlsen versus Giri. That'll be a good one. Nakamura versus Caruana, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave against Topalov, and Lamont Aronian against Hammer. Well, what sticks out to me right there is Nakamura versus Caruana. You know, Nakamura had some success against Caruana, not in the Sinkfield Cup. Yasser some field help. He went down, but overall, their styles seem to match up pretty well for me for Nakamura.
Yeah, it does seem like Nakamura is able to play against Caruana. It's not like his score against Carlsen. He has a decent...
Oh, thank God for that.
He has a good score against Caruana, actually. He does.
Yeah.
And we'll see if he can even up that score tomorrow in what's going to be a key
He will have the white
game.
pieces.
Yes, it's a very important fact. He'll have the white pieces against Caruana. We'll see what the preparations from both players
I'm really looking forward to that because we're looking at the future of American chess.
That's true.
Number 1 and number 2 on the Olympiad team. And one thing we can say is, we don't even know which one's going to be first board. So you're going to want to tune in tomorrow. It's going to be 8:50 here in Central Standard Time, and that's just a little before 4 o'clock in Norway. So join us tomorrow for more of the Grand Chess Tour Norway Chess.